Good afternoon and welcome to the October 18th meeting of the Santa Rosa City Council. Madam Clerk, would you announce the roll, please?
Let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Councilmember Wysocki.
Thank you, and we are expecting Councilmember Wysocki shortly. Let's see. We have no proclamations or presentations. We did have a closed session, and there's nothing to report there. No study sessions and no staff briefings. City Manager's report. Well, let's go to the City Attorneys. Anything to report, Madam City Attorney?
I have none at this time.
All right, thank you. And we can ask the city manager when he comes back into the chamber if he had anything to report. Statements of abstention, council members. Any abstentions this evening? Okay, excellent. Thank you very much. Moving on to mayors and council members' reports. Anything to report, Ms. Combs?
Thank you, Mayor. I had the good fortune of attending the Sonoma Clean Power meeting. Council had given me direction to ask for weighted voting changes in the JPA changes and to ask for home rule, local rule for the appointment of directors, and to ask for a majority on the new committee combining ratepayers with the Ratepayers Advisory Board with the Business Advisory Board to ask for the majority to be ratepayers. So first let me say, Mendocino County and the three cities are now part of Sonoma Clean Power. So that's the good news. They have a county seat and a seat that all three of the cities share. But those seats carry their weighted votes as the original calculations. We were not successful in moving forward the weighted voting piece, even to the point of asking that while it not apply necessarily to Mendocino County, that we simply put into the language of the document, the JPA, that the board could decide at some point whether or not they wanted to adjust the voting weights. And we were also not able to bring that piece forward. However, we were successful in, instead of having full home rule, having the primary director be an appointed person, but instead of one alternate, two alternates are now possible, and those alternates do not have to be an elected. So Roanoke Park can always send an alternate, and if their alternate can't make it, they have a backup alternate when a member can't attend. So that works, and the composition of the Community Advisory Committee will remain with a majority as ratepayers. So that was good news. So I would say overall, Sonoma Clean Power is expanding. It's a happy expansion. And other than a little sibling conversation to get off the ground, it's moving forward in an interesting way. So we welcome Mendocino, Fort Bragg, Point Arena, and Willits to Sonoma Clean Power. The other thing Sonoma Clean Power did, there is a newspaper article about from Monday's paper on it, and it says rebates for new cars. It's a little more like cash on the barrelhead than rebates. Sonoma Clean Power wants to put 10,000 electric vehicles on the road by 2020 and have a 50% reduction in petroleum fuel use by 2030 in our area. And so this is an initial step down that road. In addition to existing federal tax credits, like there's a federal tax credit of $7,500, there's a California tax credit up to $2,000 for buying an electric vehicle. But we became, the Sonoma Clean Power staff were aware that not everyone who gets a tax break I mean, you don't always qualify for tax credits. Some people don't earn enough to have a tax credit be useful to them. In an effort to recognize that, they negotiated with a variety of local car dealerships. And some car dealers chose not to participate, and others participated vigorously. And they received a negotiated $10,000 off price from a local Nissan dealer regarding the Nissan electric vehicle. And they are adding to that $10,000 price break an additional $2,500 off the top, I mean, right at the dealership. So you don't have to apply for a tax credit back. So if you look at one of the vehicles that costs, say, $15,000, if you qualify for the 10 off and the 2,500 off, and then you qualify for some of the federal tax breaks, you can end up paying less than $10,000 for a new car. If you're a lower income person, $5,000 off instead of $2,500 off. And for some families, they felt that this would not be affordable even with all of the discounts. So they also, I believe it's with Honda, have a deal for a reconditioned leased car that had been previously leased out and returned, setting the price at $99 a month for an electric vehicle. And they're approaching families like Head Start families using the Sonoma County Health and Human Services Department to locate folks who would qualify for those. You do have to have very low income for those. You have to be eligible for the electricity price breaks on your electricity bill in order to get the either $5,000 off or the $99 a month cars. But this is a step to get some cars on the road that don't have fossil fuel emissions. So two interesting expansions of the program, Mendocino County and into transportation. Thank you.
It's a lot of effort. Good work. Thank you. Other reports, Council? Mr. Corsi.
Thank you, Mayor. I participated in the Code Blue bicycle ride on Saturday to benefit Catholic Charities. The Vice Mayor, Catholic Charities homeless programs. The Vice Mayor was out there too. The rain held off till we got done, which was nice. And also yesterday I attended the dedication of the dragon mural along the Greenway, which many of the other council members did too.
Thank you. Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Day after our council meeting last week, we had our Santa Rosa Violence Prevention Partnership Policy Team meeting. Had some rather robust discussion and a wonderful presentation from our Chief Financial Officer about information concerning Measure O and Measure N. We thought it was going to be very important for all the partners to understand what each of those measures is about. Then we also had a rather robust discussion about some recent acts of violence in our community and the trauma of both to the victims, but to the people who are treating some of the victims and other community members who witnessed it, and what we as a partnership can maybe do to help with people in those type of incidents. So I think it's going to parallel the efforts of our strategic plan as we get underway with that. Along with the mayor, I participated with the Santa Rosa Water Creek Encampment Tour. I'll let you share a little bit about the emphasis or some of the mandates from the state about the importance of the quality of water and what we're going to be mandated to do in the very near future. As Councilmember Corsi mentioned, Code Blue Ride, it was very nice. We're hoping to see more attendance next year, but this year having 70 riders and avoiding the rain was wonderful. Unfortunately, we didn't avoid the wind. I'm sure our chair of the homeless subcommittee will report out on that meeting from yesterday. Also attended the Dragon Artwork, and then this morning I had the opportunity at Catholic Charities to welcome and thank many employees from Exchange Bank who identified Family Support Center as their day of caring. So there's probably about 30 or 40 employees there who worked on some of the kids area, painted rooms, painted curbs, and it was great to see that number of community members volunteering their time to spruce up the Family Support Center. So it was a great event. Thanks.
Outstanding. Thank you. Mr. Olivares.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of events. Last Wednesday, I did attend the first North Bay Business Journal's Latino Business Leadership Awards. This is a continuation of Latino Heritage Month. And Saturday, I also stopped by a health fair put on for some of our local farm workers over at Lola's on Sebastopol Road. Also attended the Dragon Awakening yesterday afternoon. Good event along with other council members. And then briefly on our homeless subcommittee yesterday morning, more discussion related to the CHAP program. Some of our partners within the community are very excited about that. It is an exciting time for us here in Santa Rosa. I encourage them to get the word out, to get more participation in that now that it's no longer a pilot program. Some of our next efforts are going to be to start focusing on an actual work plan that will help guide and inform the council as we move forward with our emergency declarations, and some of those recommendations will be coming back to council relatively soon.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Yes, last week we did have the medical cannabis subcommittee meeting, and we're moving right along. It's sometimes it does feel like we're kind of building this plane as we're flying it, and indeed we are, and we are a trendsetter, I would say, in not only the expedited nature of our work, but in the decisions that we're making. And I think that it's working out very, very well. We have a lot of participation from the community, and that is, of course, very beneficial as we move along in making our recommendations ultimately to the council. We also had the tour of a couple of encampments on the Santa Rosa Creek, and we learned of the federal regulations that will be coming down in the not too distant future. Actually, it's more like 10 years, but it seems like it'll be here before we know it. And there will be some major and serious requirements by the federal government to maintain water quality in Santa Rosa and across the country. And it will really change the way we look at pollution in our creeks. They will have a very low tolerance to anything that could affect the quality of the water. What their goal is to have everyone be able to step into the creek and play in the creek, and have animals living in the creek that belong there, and that everyone gets along, and that we don't have dangerous water that our children will be playing in. And it is a major endeavor. It's something that we are starting on now, and you'll be hearing more and more about that. This was the first that I had heard about this particular federal requirement. I'm glad that they're giving us years to comply, because it will take that kind of time. They talk about things as small as like a cigarette butt is not going to be an acceptable piece of material on the creek or on the bank, or have any kind of possibility of it getting into the creek. I mean, these are major requirements and restrictions to better the quality of our water. So it is a very strict. The regulations will be strict, but the effect will be positive. And luckily it's 10 years away, but I hope we don't wait that long to make some positive steps in that direction. But it is first that I had heard of it, and I'm actually pleased, but also concerned about these unfunded mandates. But we will, Santa Rosa will be ready for it one way or another. Any other reports, Council? And Mr. Vice or City Manager, anything to report? Just going back a step?
No, I'm good, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Moving on to, we have no minutes to approve.
Mr. Mayor, before we get there, I'd like to get a clarification of the communication received by the city clerk from the county.
So we did receive some communications last week. Staff is actively involved with conversations with counties, the registrar of voters, and I hope to have a more complete answer in the next day or so.
Okay, I appreciate that. I would like to, as part of that answer, I'd like to have the nature of the error and if there's any public oversight of that agency.
Absolutely. Again, we're in some conversations about process and understanding that process so we can report it out.
Thank you.
Excellent. Okay, now moving on to consent. Mr. City Manager.
Item 12.1, motion, contract award to design, build solar photovoltaic system on parking spaces. Item 12.2, resolution, correction to community development block grant public services subrecipient contract funding amounts for fiscal year 2016-17. Item 12.3, resolution, filing of grant applications with the Federal Transit Administration.
Thank you. Council, questions? No questions. Certainly. Mr. Corsi.
I don't have a question, but I didn't want to let 12.1 go by without noting that this is a great thing for the community. The solar on the top of parking garages, it's a great use of space that hardly anybody ever sees. It's a good chunk of our climate action plan, and I'm really happy to see this going forward. Thank you, staff.
Thank you. I'm glad you mentioned that. Sometimes on consent, we can get locked into not really highlighting certain things, and this is deserving of being highlighted, and something that the city has been working on for a long time. We've been talking about using our garages in a new and productive way, and this is a perfect example. So yes, kudos to staff. I may have a card now. Thank you. Mr. DeWitt. No, this is actually, yes, Mr. DeWitt. Is he here? He left. Is he right out there, Julie? Now we lost Julie. Yeah, we'll let him do a public comment. I'm going to move on. So I have no cards on consent. Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would move consent item 12.1 through 12.3 and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second, and your votes, Council. And I have 7 ayes. Thank you very much. Moving on to report items. Mr. McGlynn.
Report, item 14.1, report, Courthouse Square Reunification Project Update, Expenditure Report, and Contingency Action. Jason Nutt, Director of Transportation and Public Works, and Colleen Ferguson, Deputy Director of Capital Projects Engineering, presenting. Scratch that, just Colleen.
All right. Mayor Sawyer and council members, get this close here. This is the fourth of several report items to keep the council informed about construction of the Courthouse Square Reunification Project, as we discussed when council awarded the construction contract back on April 19th, 2016. So construction has been progressing quickly. We're 21 weeks into construction, and a lot has been accomplished, as you can see just walking by the site or watching from the time-lapse video on the website. The Silva cells have been installed to support the future tree installation. Curbs have been poured around the tree bosques. A bunch of underground work has been done. Pipes and conduits have been installed for future installation of a fountain with the Osawa artwork, and significant progress has been made on electrical conduit installation throughout the square. And the public outreach has continued along with the construction with website updates and coordination with the downtown business community. And this slide shows the expenditures through the end of September, and we'll go through a bunch of slides showing graphically how these expenditures compare to the allocations for the different categories. So this shows that 1/3 of the original construction contract amount of about $6.7 million has been expended. Now, this shows the expenditures out of the construction contingency allocation. And a significant portion of this original construction contingency has been expended. And I wanted to just go over briefly the kinds of things that this contingency has been spent on. Underground pipes and conduits for a future fountain with the Asawa artwork. That was not part of the original bid, so that is coming out of the contingency amount. The kiosks are nicer than originally anticipated when we put the project out to bid. They will support public engagement on the square. There's 9 display cases on each kiosk and places to hang large banners on the kiosks, which again will help with public engagement on the square. You heard earlier about some utility conflicts that came out of the contingency relocation of a water main on 4th Street. We also had to extend roof drain lines in a way we hadn't expected, so that took some contingency. The 4 decorative lights that we decided to include in the project at contract award time weren't part of the original bid, so that amount is coming out of the contingency as well. We did have to modify the street light foundations as a result of the Silva cells. So that was, again, an unexpected item that's coming out of the contract contingency. And then we have had some deducts from the amount as well. You remember at contract award time, we decided not to include the children's play area. There was a bid item for that, an amount that we had put in as a placeholder, essentially, because it hadn't been fully designed. So that's a deduct from the amount that's shown here. Also, we deducted the cost for the circular benches and planting the 60-inch box trees, 4 of them, around the green area. We're putting the electrical and irrigation lines in place to support installation of those benches and trees in the future. We're continuing with the construction, going to complete this construction project, open the square up, have events in the square, and at that time come back to council for a decision about whether it really makes sense to put those in this open, flexible space that we're building as part of, with this project.
Sorry, could you repeat that? You're coming back to council for what?
So the master plan shows future circular benches and 4 crepe myrtle trees right at the central green area. And when we talked about these earlier, we said, well, we should decide later whether or not we really want those items in that space.
Thank you. That's fine.
Okay. So what I just described are what we would consider normal items to come up and the kinds of things that we have construction contingency for on a typical project. On this project, after we received the bids and started construction, we made a very conscious and I think a wise decision to upgrade the electrical facilities in the square, which is above and beyond what we have regular construction contingency for. And that is obviously increasing the cost of the project. We've already committed to $156,000 of expenditures for the upgrades to the electrical facilities, and that does not include the increased power demand on the square. And I've thought about this quite a bit, that it's, I think it's a really good thing that we've made this upgrade now and realized that to have the amount of power that we really need to support the events the way we want to support them, the space needs more power from PG&E. So we're going to be putting a vault, we're going to have a new transformer from PG&E and a big power supply from PG&E into the electrical kiosk that will go out to power the square. This would have been a very, very hard and expensive thing to do later. So even though it's expensive now, it would have been much more expensive and much more problematic for the downtown area, I think, to do it later. So I think it's a good decision, but it does cost more than we have allocated in our construction contingency, because it does go above and beyond what a normal contingency is for. So at this time, we're recommending that council give us $250,000 more construction contingency for the electrical facility upgrades. $156,000 of that we've already included in a change order for these upgrades. The $94,000 additional allowance would cover about the cost of what we're hearing from PG&E for the vault and transformer for the additional power to the square. If we didn't get additional construction contingency allowance from council today, that $156,000 would have to come out of the remaining balance from the prior slide of $169,000, and that would leave us almost nothing in our construction contingency, and it would, no, this way, out of the $230,000. But anyways, it would leave a very small amount of contingency to complete all the rest of the project. So that's why we're making the recommendation that council approve additional construction contingency today. We will be back to council in November. Oh, I'm
Hold on,
sorry.
Ms. Friedland. Mr. Corsi.
Thank you. Colleen, you went through a lot of numbers there. I just want to make sure I'm keeping up. After we do the electrical upgrade and the vault and transformer work, will we have 169,000 remaining in the contingency, or 230,000?
Right now, we've got 230,000. With the additional 250,000, we won't have to tap into the kind of regular items, construction contingency that we have left. That 250,000 will cover most of the costs for the electrical upgrades.
Okay, so we'll have 230,000 basically in the contingency.
Yes. And I do expect to be back in November with another update to council. And at that time, I expect to have more information about the cost to activate public Wi-Fi in the square, which also goes above and beyond what the normal construction contingency allowance was set up for. We don't have those costs right now. In November, we will. The project was bid with all the conduit and all that in place to pull in the fiber to support the public Wi-Fi. It did not include the specific Wi-Fi infrastructure and pulling the fiber. So that is an additional cost, and we're working out the details on that at this time and can bring that forward in November.
Okay. And while I'm interrupting, let me just ask, you mentioned something about roof drain lines?
Yes.
From what roofs?
Oh, the roofs of the buildings around the square. You know, it rains on those roofs, and the water is collected in pipes and comes down. The original design, I'd have to ask our project manager, Steve Dittmer, to clarify, but we had to hook him up differently than we had originally planned, and we wanted to hook him up in a way that would allow those drain lines to be cleaned. So there's a connection and there's a clean out in the sidewalk area, so that if anything does clog up those drains, the water won't just sit on the roof and start overflowing onto the, the sides of the building. We'd be able to, actually the property owners could come in and clean the drain lines.
Okay, so that was in the original design, but the design had to be changed?
Yeah, the way it was connected and the clean outs were in addition to the original design.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Combs.
Can you clarify for me where the 250,000 additional contingency funds come from?
They would come out of the funds that are already appropriated into the courthouse square IFAS key at this time.
So I think in a simpler terms, there was a $10 million project that was authorized by council where we had a construction budget that was forecasted, and so we're asking to access some additional money above the construction budget that was approved. The electrical work that was brought through the subcommittee was a add after and approved by council earlier. This is strictly appropriation. None of this takes us over the threshold of the pre-approved dollar amount for the project. I want to make sure that's really clear.
That was the question.
So IFAS key is, just for education, is a systemic approval that you gave for an overall project budget of $10 million. But we had approved a budget, and I'll leave it to to Colleen to give us the approved dollar amount at that time, but we're asking for more access to provide some of this needed work on the electrics and needed work that we think about bringing the Wi-Fi system and the public Wi-Fi online later on in November. I think this is, to be in a true event center of the city, it's going to need the electric capability that have been changed and to be able to be a Wi-Fi center and have that access for vendors who may, and the public in general, who may be using the space on a daily basis.
And if I can just add to that a little bit, because it's very confusing, I think, to folks that may be listening to the council item here, that we have a construction contract, and we have amount authorized by council for staff to process change orders that are changes to our construction contract. So we had a 10%, about $677,000 allocated by council at that time that we could spend as staff in change orders with the contract. And what we're recommending that council authorize tonight is an additional $250,000 to the amount that we can execute change orders with the contractor. It's separate from appropriations to the budget for the project. Does that make sense?
Ms. Carlstrom?
I think my question was answered, Mr. Mayor. It was going to relate to why is this additional power being charged to the project and not to capital expenditures under the TPW budget in general, or to the operating budget in general for the city, as opposed to this project specifically. I think what I've heard, though, is that it was authorized by the subcommittee and then came to council previously, so we're just appropriating it. So I can appreciate that.
Yes.
I'm not fond of attempting to point fingers, but this seems like a pretty important issue that it's surprising to me that we're tackling it today, that we would need this additional power load for a functioning square.
Well, council member, this was a very expedited process to get this project underway in the ground, and like at the beginning, there were options for us to consider additional changes as we learn things in the process, and I think we were very upfront about saying that there was going to be learning moments. That's why we brought this particular item back to the subcommittee very early in the process, and the subcommittee made a recommendation to the full council to make this change. So it is not we're simply in an appropriation based upon where expenditure rates on other issues that we've encountered. But again, if you recollect, we only appropriated 10% against this project. This was one of the challenges, was to really bring it back so that you all could see the burn rate against this. And I think this is really a burn rate question, is that to get us to project delivery without having to come back and stall the project, we're asking for this $250,000 to be appropriated because we're burning up our contingency on other items that are the normal course of business changes that are required. And so that's the only reason we're here to appropriate, because we don't think we can meet the finish line with only the current contingency in place. We were looking to do that, but this is really project approval, project change. Now we're asking for additional access to the funds to finish this, to finance this part of the project and keep the project on schedule.
I'm not looking to stymie the finish, and I certainly appreciate that we have been asking you to move at a frenzied pace. Do you expect that, and I appreciate contingencies are by nature unpredictable, do you expect that we will utilize the remainder of the contingencies?
I do expect that we will use the remainder of the $250,000 just to upgrade the electrical facilities. And
I mean the rest of the 230 that remains in the initial contingency allocation.
So I think what the answer to that is the reason we're here is there are still things that we're working through. I can't say that our intent is to try to deliver the project as complete, and hopefully we won't have to tap into that, but I'd be I'd be remiss if saying that we may not. That's why you have a contingency, so we can move the project to completion. So I don't want to be saying one way or another, because we still have about a month and a half of good construction to go in this project.
I appreciate that. I just want to ask because if my math is correct, an initial 10% at $670,000, we've now got $250,000 more. That's 30% more than we originally allocated. So we're creeping up pretty quickly. And I want us to have power. I want us to have Wi-Fi. I think that's, you know, absolutely necessary to the functioning of this project. But just wanted to ask the questions, and I will look forward to the numbers on finalizing the Wi-Fi service next month, and then I will bid you all a very fond farewell.
Thank you, Ms. Carlstrom. Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. My questions are similar to Councilmember Carlstrom's. My question is to process more about the Wi-Fi, and also I've also read in some reports, some have now called it a $12 million project. So if I could just get confirmation from you, Mr. Midland, that it's still a $10 million project. Let me just start with that.
So it is absolutely still a $10 million project. I think there has been some shorthand in the media taking what a financing equation and playing that financing equation when we brought that back to council. But if council will recall, actually when we went to refinance existing debt with this debt, we were actually saving $65,000 a year during the life of this particular financing mechanism. So I would say it is not a $12 million project. It has been authorized to $10 million. We're financing 50% of that project, and that's fitting into the existing financing scheme, which has allowed us an opportunity to refinance. And it's actually a very good place. So we're actually ultimately saving the city money by refinancing this as part of a larger package. So it is a $10 million project, not a $12 million project.
Great, thank you for that clarification. And then regarding the Wi-Fi, because I know when we read comments in the community outreach, Wi-Fi was an interest. It almost sounds like, well, we just realized, hey, we're going to need to get Wi-Fi here. So could you just clarify the process that the Wi-Fi is going to be part of this project and when it would be coming to this body?
So Wi-Fi has been the intent all along. Part of what we have to discover is what's the right public Wi-Fi for us in this square, and that's been an ongoing issue with the information technology. So when we let a bid out, we use with the factors that we know at that time. We knew we were going to need to pull cabling to support public Wi-Fi, but we still had a lot of work, investigation to do on the public Wi-Fi, the actual Wi-Fi component. So the team was doing that work, and now they're coming into the home stretch of making a recommendation of what we think would be a really good system to put in Courthouse Square. And in fact, think about other public access points as we move throughout the city to provide this what we think is a really a good connectivity issue for the city and other locations. So this is the first start. So it was part of a larger look, but so we wanted to make sure that we had the infrastructure in place so that then when we got to this question about what the appropriate Wi-Fi product is, we'd be able to put that in place. But that's the only reason that these two things are segmented. Again, it's often about a speed of a project. Put the infrastructure in place, then come back and have a question about what's the right part system to put in that our team can manage on a day-to-day basis.
Great, thank you for that clarification. So again, if I heard you correctly, once they get the information about which Wi-Fi system, it first goes to the subcommittee recommendation, then it comes to this body.
That's the ideal way that we would like to do it, but having the time on the schedule and when subcommittee meets, I will beg the subcommittee's deference that we may actually bring it to this body as a whole first, but that's been the intention from all along. I don't want to get into sometimes we want to have things up and running for you all, and sometimes it's a scheduling issue. So we endeavor to do that, but sometimes we may have to bring it directly to the full body if the timetables are too compacted.
Great, thank you, that was very helpful.
Mr. Corsi.
What's the typical contingency for projects like this? Is it 20%?
The typical contingency is 15% when it involves underground construction like this one has extensively with the sewer and water systems that were quite old before we started our construction project. And that is for the kinds of things I went over that are unexpected things that just come up with a construction project. the electrical upgrades are not that kind of a thing. They're an upgrade to the project. Like if we had decided earlier on to build the electrical system we're building now, we would have gotten higher bids on the project. And then the 15% would have been on top of that bid amount.
Well, you listed 6 or 7 things that all seem like upgrades that the contingency is being used for. It's not just the electrical, the infrastructure for the fountain, the kiosk upgrades. Well, the utility conflict, that's a contingency. Anyway, the
valid
second part
point.
of my question is, with this additional $250,000, we're still under 15% contingency. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wysocki.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, staff, for the report. I just have some suggestions because I just waited to go last to see how my colleagues would understand the numbers because I do think it could have been presented better. And I do appreciate the speed this is going forward with. Your staff report, page 4 or 5, has a useful table that I think you might want to put into your presentation next time because it gives you a little more information. I do not like the proposed increase in construction contingency allowance. That might be technically correct, but it sounds like it's just increasing an allowance and we're not paying for a change order, which we all support. So that would be my suggestion. If you go back to your slide 5 on construction expenditures, back up to, sorry, I'm jumping around, I got you. The allowance remainder, you left out 1,000. 4409K. It's a big number. It should be 4 million, 4.4 million.
I'm sorry, I'm not quite following.
See where it says allowance remainder?
Oh, understood. Thank you.
And then lastly, well, I just also want to make a comment. The $250,000 change order, I understand, and it is it's fractional for the purchase price, so I'm supportive of it now as I was in the subcommittee. But curious as to why on your next slide, jumping the gun here, why are we focusing on construction management and inspection expenditures as opposed to the other 4.4 million or the other $8 million? Why is that being highlighted?
Moving on to this slide, this
Yes.
is being highlighted because at the time we awarded the construction contract, council gave us as staff an allowance to spend 10% of the construction contract on construction management and inspection expenditures. And this shows how much of that allowance that we have spent to date, and it's been about 75% of the allowance. And as the construction work continues and goes past the original planned completion date, we do expect that at the November update, we'll need to request an additional allowance for construction management and inspection expenditures.
And the 671 was the total that we authorized? Is that what I see from page 4 or 5, back to my original reference?
Yes.
That's not on here. So another $130,000 change order for management.
The construction management and inspection is not a change order. It's totally separate from our contract with the contractor. These are expenditures of city staff and our design team supporting services during construction.
Okay, that's fine. I'm just going to want to see, and I think my colleagues and the public are going to want to see exactly why that's 130 over 800. That's a decent bump.
I can bring more detail with the November update as far as the
That's when you're gonna-
expenditures on this?
Right, that's when you're going to want approval, correct? Okay, I would like that. Thank you very much.
Very good. Any other questions, council? Okay, let's continue.
Okay, moving on to the construction timeline. So on August 30, I did an update and talked about the construction activity as well as the project schedule and the budget status. And during that update, I noted a potential project delay of up to 34 days due to upgrades to the electrical facilities and also an uncertain timeline for procurement of electrical components. And at this point, we have processed a change order to add those days to our contract. So this construction timeline shows our new contractual schedule for completion of the project, December 23rd. There are still unknowns regarding the full impact of the increased power needs of the square, and we're actively working with the contractor to determine the full extent of the delay and to begin to identify activities and actions that could help recover some of that time. And again, more information will come out as we have it. The next steps, you'll start to see curb and gutter going in, streets and sidewalk work, and construction of kiosk foundations and light pole bases. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. So the recommendation is that council by motion accept this courthouse square reunification expenditure report and approve the additional construction contingency in the amount of $250,000 for the electrical facility upgrades. And I know that not much work has been done on site during the last few days, and that's been noticed by the community, probably been noticed by the council. We did have a storm that came in, so recent work included preparing for the storm and then letting the site dry out in the couple days after the storm. You can do a lot of damage on a construction site if you start running equipment on our clay soils right away while it's still wet. So tomorrow you start to see construction work happen again with curb and gutter installation along 3rd and 4th Street and along the side streets. Then the side streets can get paved because we'll have the curb and gutter around them. And then, except for the southeast area, that's where the PG&E vault and that additional electrical work will need to be done. So that would be the last area paved, but the rest of the street work should be proceeding pretty quickly. Then the granite bands and concrete border around the central green can proceed concurrently with that. So during the next month or so, that's what we expect to see happening in the square. And just getting back to the electrical upgrades, this was a significant change, obviously increased the power demand to the square. It'll make it a much more useful space for events, as the city manager noted, but it has been challenging for the design team, for the contractor to work through all this. And we're all working together to figure out how we can open as much of the square up as soon as we can in a lit way. So it's not a dark space, it's a lighted space, and we're all coordinating closely just day to day on that. And we'll keep the council and the community updated as we get more definition around that. I've heard a rumor that the word on the street is that the project will be complete in February, and that's not what we're hearing from the contractor. We'll continue to work on the schedule and again, keep everybody informed. But just want to let you know that rumor didn't come from the team that's actually working on the project. And then I wanted to close just talking about, while the project is facing some challenges that we've talked about today, let's remember it was less than a year ago, on November 3rd, 2015, that the council approved the basic design guidelines for Courthouse Square and approved the public outreach process for the interior of the square. And since then, the city's contracted with the Carlisle Macy design team, conducted public meetings in December 2015, January 2016, approved a master plan in January 2016 that formed the basis for the original design, advertised the project for construction in March, awarded the construction contract to Thompson Builders in April, began construction in May 2016. And we've made a heck of a lot of progress. So everyone involved with the project, the council, the downtown subcommittee, the consultant team, contractors, suppliers, city staff, the downtown businesses, and the community members who actively engaged in the public process should really feel good about how much we've accomplished in the past year. And our team is here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Ferguson. Council, questions before I move to public comment? Mr. Oliveris.
Thank you. Colleen, I wanted to touch on the public outreach a little bit more. I know that the downtown businesses expected some impacts from this, and now with the delays, they're trying to cope with those delays as well going into the holidays. Do you have any updated information on things that we are doing to help them? Any strategic things we're doing to work with the downtown merchants to lessen the impacts during these delays?
Well, we're continuing to get the word out to the community about what's happening with the project and trying to work on plans to, again, open as much of the site up as we can as we get to the point that we can open it up. Say, just today I was talking to our electrical staff about how we can maybe get power to street lights along the east and west edges of the square so that when the sidewalk is constructed, we could open those, pull the fences back and open that area up for the public. We're working on that kind of thing, and if our marketing outreach person, Julia Gonzalez, is here, she could talk more to the outreach components.
And I don't think she's here, but thank you. So it sounds like we are going to make it easier for at least shoppers during the holiday season to move about downtown by making some adjustments to some of the construction site perimeter.
That's very much in the front of the front of staff's decision-making process, and that is really where we're bringing a lot of pressure on ourselves and on the contractor on site to make that accommodation. And the tree lighting ceremony has been, we've cleared the way to allow that to happen on B Street, even in the midst of changing traffic patterns once again for that day. And so we're trying to have a celebratory environment downtown, understanding that we are one of the chief nuisances downtown right now as well. So we're working actively with that community, the business community and our public, to get that information out. And I'll have Julia give a recap of some of the work we've done to date in the last month and get that out to the council in addition.
Thank you, Council. Mr. Wysocki.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Real quickly, point well taken about less than a year from approval to where it's at. So I do appreciate the efforts. But the downtown subcommittee did hear from the public, why aren't, or has there been any Saturday work being considered, especially when you have some rain delays and some of the people are being paid hourly? Have we engaged the contractor with that discussion?
Well, I can just speak to this weekend coming up. We do expect signal work to happen at the 4th Street and Mendo intersection, and it's being done on Saturday to reduce the impacts to the deli right there on the corner.
I would imagine that was always the plan, though, to have that on a weekend.
I'd have to ask our construction manager, Steve Dittmer, to address more details about the construction schedule.
It makes sense. I mean, my original question, though, was, and go ahead, Steve, if you want to answer that, that's fine.
Yeah, we actually requested the contractor to do that work through the mid-project, and they agreed to do it.
Okay. That's a good common sense request. I'm speaking more of the interior square work, non-Saturday. I mean, we've been strictly Monday through Friday through the entire project. Would there have been overtime charged to us would there in the future be overtime charges if we requested some Saturday hours, especially since we've lost a couple of days this week due to rain?
The Saturday work at this point wouldn't necessarily shorten the schedule, because one of the consequences of the electrical changes is that we have to procure new equipment. And so it's that sort of thing that's driving the schedule right now.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the answer.
Okay, Council, I'm going to go to public comment. First card I have is from Michael Hyman, followed by Dwayne DeWitt.
Mayor Sawyer, council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Name is Michael Hyman. I have the Pawn Advantage store downtown 4th Street. I sit on the Chamber's Advocacy Council. I'm the head of the Downtown Task Force and sit with the Downtown Advisory Board. I hear from merchants nearly daily, the public daily, about this project. I think we all understand it's going to take time. There's delays. We get that. But what we want to see, and we urge the city to move this along as quickly as they can, is to get those streets open that surround the square. There are businesses on the square. There are businesses off the square. The city's actually done a really nice job of rerouting traffic away from that. And you can walk along 4th Street and look up Mendocino, and there aren't any cars. But I don't want to see that anymore. So I'm looking forward to the streets being open. Let those cars come back, go around the square, park in the square. It's important during the holiday season that we get these people back here. It's good for the business, it's good for the public. An attitude that I'm starting to hear from people is one of, it's delayed, it's going to be a month, 2 months, 3 months. Let's show them that something is happening. And the best thing we can do is get those streets open and let them continue to work on the square. But let's get those streets open, if not before Thanksgiving, then shortly thereafter. Please, I urge you to help this along. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. DeWitt, followed by Mr. Farron.
Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland, but I spend lots of time in downtown Santa Rosa. And a comment that was just made earlier caused me to want to ask a question for clarification. The project cost, $10 million is what's been said it's going to cost. Financing and future costs had brought it up to $12 million, is what I understood through news articles that I read. So just now we had staff clarifying that, and I'm looking to see, is the total cost for this project for all eternity just $10 million? Or does this project cost more, perhaps more than $12 million, based on interest and accrued payments over time? Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Farron.
I know we all look for silver linings within every project that comes before you. My name is Gregory Farron, 2040 Elizabeth. This one, we discovered that it might have one for homeless and one for the Huts project. As some of you know, the community's been working on trying to build some alternative structures for homeless, and we're using an awful lot of 2x4s and 1x6s. The perimeter of this project, holding up the lights, is being held up by 2x4s. 10-foot 2x4s, 50 of them. There's also 75 1x6s, 20 feet long. We've talked to Travis, we've talked to Lionel from your staff. We're trying to figure out a way that at the moment when those need to come down, we get them. I just wanted to put you on notice that we're working with you to try to pull off a little good out of something that, you know, probably wasn't anticipated at all. We're trying to work with other contractors to do the same thing. We need lumber, we need contractors, we need carpenters in anything that we do. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Hanson.
Good evening, everybody. Bob Hanson. Everybody seems to be surprised at the cost overrun on this project. Cost overrun was designed into this project. The last Design and Review Committee, May the 3rd. Let's forget about the first half hour of the committee meeting, questioning our police department on how to remove the homeless from the downtown area. It was decided by that committee meeting to leave the cost of the fountain and the park lighting out of the bids. Not the street lighting, the computer-generated light show wired throughout our park and our fountain. Cost overrun is designed into this project. Don't be surprised. Let's take the $500,000 devoted to independent inspection and quality control. Let's let our city inspectors do their job, the job they're paid for. I didn't understand that $500,000 devoted to independent inspection and quality control. Gentlemen, this has been a backroom, fast-tracked project between Downtown Merchants Association and our city council. Don't be surprised when this thing goes up to 20 million. Thank you.
Those are all the cards that I have. Bring it back to the council. Council, any final questions from Mr. Corsi?
Thank you. Thanks for this report today. You know, you all are kind of doing a high wire act here. And far from being a backroom act, this has a huge audience. People are interested. And what you're doing up there makes some people a little nervous. But when you get done, we're all going to stand up and cheer wildly, and I look forward to that.
Well put. Ms. Gomes.
I would also like to say thank you. I do want to ask one of the questions, or for a response from at least one of the questions, actually two of the questions from the public comment. The possibility of completing the streets and then completing the sort of central area after the streets are completed. Early in the conversations about this, there had been a clearly voiced request on the part of the downtown businesses to not close the central Mendocino until the side streets could be opened. And for a variety of reasons, we couldn't proceed in that manner. It was much more efficient and cost-effective to do it the way we're doing it. Is it possible to complete the outer streets, the two side streets, and then work to finish the central area?
So we're actively looking, as I said before, we're actively looking at all options available to us to make as much of the space publicly available for the holiday season.
Okay, thank you. And I appreciate that that may mean sidewalk and lighting as opposed to the full street, but that there's an effort to do the full street.
But again, we're trying to take into conscious effort delivering the project complete, delivering the project on budget.
Yes.
And once again, the council authorized up to $10 million on this project, and we don't intend to spend more than $10 million on the project.
So that took care of one of the other questions. With regard to recycling the materials, do we have a process for assisting with recycling the materials, particularly to construct homeless huts?
So this is the first I've been made aware of any conversation between the contractor and some concerned citizens. We'll look at it. Right now, I don't know. There may be legal issues and other issues involved. I just don't know what the answer is, but we're going to look at it, and we can see how we can participate.
Thank you for finding creative uses for previously used materials.
Thank you, Mr. Wysocki.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to echo a couple of previous statements before we move for action on this. The financing, the charge that is going to increase the project cost by 20%. Let's remember that we refinanced expensive debt from 2006, 2007, and we are paying less per month. So that's quite an inaccurate statement to add 20% to the cost of this project. There might be some amount there, but it's minuscule. That was a conscious decision by this council, which I do support, and also freed up funds for repaving the streets and homeless projects as well. I couldn't agree more with my colleague, Mr. Corsi, about when this is all said and done, we're going to have a project that we're proud of. And I think that's the vast majority of this community is going to feel that way. And again, referencing to the less than a year since the final approval, I'm very appreciative of staff's work on this. That doesn't mean I'm not going to analyze the reports, but I think in the long run, we're going to have something that we've been talking about for not just one day in a back room, sir, but 30 to 40 years. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this time, I'd like to entertain a motion. Mr. Wysocki, you have this item.
I do. And I would, at this time, move to accept the courthouse scale reunification expenditure report and approve additional construction contingency in the amount of $250,000 for electrical facility upgrades.
Second.
Thank you. Motion second. Any final questions or council comments? Seeing none, your votes. And we have 7 ayes. Thank you very much. Mr. McGlynn, 14-2. So, you know what? Public comment. I'm going to, yes. Yes. But do I have any cards? I think I do. Thank you, Mr. Oliveris. Thanks. Okay. Ms. Seeley, this is our first public comment period of the evening.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Ann Seeley speaking for Concerned Citizens for Santa Rosa. Three of our council members in council members' reports neglected, I think modestly, to mention that they had been celebrated at the North Bay Organizing Project's event on Sunday, celebrating their wonderful role, and the fourth would have been also celebrated if he had been there, role in attempting to meet the needs of homeless and housing needy people in the rent stabilization and just cause eviction ordinance. Thank you. I celebrate you too. Thanks.
Dwayne DeWitt.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to use the overhead if I may. Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland, not far from where this property is located. I put this up here because the city of Santa Rosa has been in negotiations with some property owners on Burbank Avenue to expand an area that the city is calling the Roseland Creek Community Park. The city went to the Agricultural Preservation and Open Space District and asked for a matching grant based on a proposed price of over $2 million for 2.6 acres. So I give you this, which is 5 acres with 2 3-bedroom houses on it, just to the south of that proposed property. There are a number of other properties on Burbank Avenue that are larger than the proposed property and have valuations around this number of $550,000, which was marked down by this realtor. This was out there in front of the property. So I bring this up because I like to see taxpayers' money spent wisely. I don't even think we need the property at 1370 Burbank Avenue for what the community members had proposed. A former city employee who has since left under a shadow, if you will, had been the one who thought that we should get that property and helped to pay $2.5 million for 6 acres just to the south. Now, these numbers may not seem like a lot to you, but to people in Roseland, that's a lot of money. And there should be a way in which you folks can work with your staff members and have them be prudent and frugal. I like that word, frugal. Old 3rd grade teacher taught that to me. And the idea is that you can save money when you're doing these things. And later in today's matters, you'll hear about the Roseland specific plan. And that piece of property that I've just referenced appears to be having undergone an upzone, which is very rare. I served on these committees out there, and I don't remember anyone from staff coming and speaking to the community members about how they could get their land rezoned, which many wanted. And I put that in a letter for that matter later in the meeting. This is really important stuff. Lots of money gets spent on land speculation, investment. That's what Roseland's going to turn into for a lot of people. Not a place to live, but a place to invest, speculate, take money to the bank, maybe chase the locals out in a sense. So I hope you folks are watching this and remember that address, 1370 Burbank Avenue. It's not worth the price being asked for. Thank you.
Thank you. George Ortiz.
Good evening. My name is George Lorenzo Ortiz, and as of this month, I've been a resident of the city of Santa Rosa for 52 years. So I've raised my family here, etc. And I've been retired for nearly 14 years now, and I've worked as a volunteer. And I've been working as a volunteer for many years, even before that. But last month, latter part of last month, September, I came to the Santa Rosa Planning and Economic Development Department to seek a tent use permit for Lola's Market, which is located on Sebastopol Road and Dutton Avenue, kitty corner from the Exchange Bank. And as it happened, I came in where the place was loaded. There was just a lot of people there, and my parking meter was running out, so I told them I'd come back the following day, which was a Friday. And of course, it was closed down on Friday, so I had to come the following Monday. And then when I did finally get down to sit down with staff, I was told I had to wait, so I did. And then a very nice gentleman, incidentally, all the staff there are really polite and well-mannered. I really enjoyed the way they treated me. But the gentleman came out with a big binder, and he said, yeah, you want the permit? You need to pay us $900. And I'm a volunteer. We're putting a health event for farm workers at Lola's Market on a Saturday afternoon. I had the Santa Rosa Community Health Centers working with me. We had the fire department was there. And we just had everything going for us, but I didn't have the permission because I couldn't afford the $900. So at that point, I just retreated. And that evening, I called up one of your council members, Ernesto Olivares, and asked him if he could help me. And he said, yes. And the following day, he called me and said, go back in and see what you can negotiate with these guys now. And so I did. And they then hit me with $195 because they said it was going to be a 24-hour permit. I only needed the tent and the use of the place for 4 hours because that was the length of the event. I didn't have the $195 either, but I used my credit card. Anyway, the long and the short of it is I had to do 10 times to come to the office to finally get that permit. I'm a volunteer, and I'm working for free. It's really hard for us to do things like this in the city. I've been a member of the city for over a century now. So that's what I have to tell you. I'm not really complaining, but I am. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ortiz. And congratulations on a successful event. Those are all the cards I have for our first public comment period. Moving on to report item 14.2.
Item 14.2, report approval of the Ironman host venue agreement for 2017 through 2021 and authorizing the city manager to execute all contracts and agreements related to the Ironman and Ironman 70.3 events. Rosa de la Rosa, Economic Development and Marketing Coordinator, presenting.
Good afternoon, Mayor Sawyer and members of the council. I'm here with Santa Rosa Chamber of Commerce President Jonathan Coe, as well as Ironman Race Director David Reed, to give you an overview and answer some questions regarding the proposed Ironman events. So there are two Ironman events, so I'm going to keep saying events because we're talking about a full Ironman as well as an Ironman 70.3. And what we're requesting is to be able to enter into a 5-year contract with World Triathlon Corporation, which is the owner and operator of the Ironman events, as well as City Manager McGlynn mentioned, to enter into contracts directly related to the Ironman events. This is similar to the Amgen Tour California, which I'll be referencing frequently just because I know you're very familiar with that event, and it's something to compare it to understand the scope and benefits of the Ironman event. So specifically on the second piece of that, the ability to enter into agreements, just to be clear, what that means is, for example, contracts like for ambulance services with AMR, that's that similarity to the Amgen Tour California. The dates for the event can be seen on page 3 of the host venue agreement. Specifically, there's going to be an event in May and an event in July from 2017 through 2021. And we have double and triple checked. This does not conflict or coincide with the Rose Parade. There will be no fourth partner for any of these events, nor does it coincide with graduations, which is important because of the number of hotel rooms we're going to be needing. I just want to point out, too, that there is a distinct benefit to having a 5-year contract, which we did not have with the Amgen Tour California in the 8 times we've done it. So the Amgen Tour California is like 11 years old at this point. We did 8 years. Every time we bid or were asked to participate in that event, it was like starting from scratch. What a 5-year contract allows us is certainty, which cannot be underestimated or understated when you're talking about doing a large-scale international event. This gives us the ability to not just maintain, but also to gain momentum when it comes to production streamlining, for example, fundraising, as well as truly capitalizing on the economic return of an event of this scale. Attachment B does talk about the obligations of services that I'm talking about when I say production streamlining. What is beneficial is when you're able to have a stated route, to understand what the scope of services for traffic, engineering, for rerouting, for public notification, as well as for public safety. This begins to reduce the amount of time and effort it takes to plan for and execute the event each year. So a triathlon is an event in 3 parts. In this case, Ironman Santa Rosa, which is what this event will be called, Ironman 70.3 Santa Rosa and Ironman Santa Rosa. We'll start with a swim in Lake Sonoma. Transition to a bike at Lake Sonoma, entering into Santa Rosa. We hope or anticipate that it'll be at Courthouse Square. And then transitioning from the bike to a run, again, in Courthouse Square, hopefully, or Juilliard Park, as mentioned in the contract, which will go out and end again in Santa Rosa. So Santa Rosa is indeed the host center and the epicenter for this large event. Based on our knowledge of the Amgen Tour California and doing that so many times, we estimated the budget to be about $500,000. The fund sources for this will be the Santa Rosa Tourism Business Improvement Area, the Sonoma County Tourism Advertising Program, sponsorship funds, as well as room rebates from area hotels in which we contract with. So a key difference with the Amgen Tour California is that we do not need to pay for these rooms. The Amgen Tour, they have an entourage of about 1,000 people. I think we provide somewhere around 800 rooms. The economic return on the Ironman will be much larger, and I'll go into that in a second, mostly because we are not paying for, there are fewer variables and we're not paying for hotel rooms. I do want to take a second to talk about the fund sources, only because people ask us, why pay this amount of money or estimate this kind of budget for an event when we have homelessness, housing issues, other social crises or issues in our community. And the answer is this: the bulk of the funds that we're using for this event comes from the Santa Rosa Tourism Business Improvement Area. This is an assessment, 3% assessment on visitors staying in our hotels and lodging establishments. It is an assessment by ordinance, and that ordinance is very specific. And it boils down to two things, which are destination marketing and tourism and convention sales that benefit lodging operations. So we're not allowed to use these funds, these particular funds, for purposes other than tourism. That said, when we invest in events like Ironman or Amgen Tour California or Levi's Grand Fondo, we see a valid and large boost in our sales and transit occupancy taxes. It is these funds that we can use for other services. They are general funds, and so it is incredibly important to be able to effectively use our assessments for things that will have the largest return possible on our sales and transit occupancy taxes, as well as, of course, the benefit of our local businesses.
Mr. Wysocki? Oh, no. You wait? Okay, we're good.
Okay.
Thank you.
So to that end, we do estimate quite a robust return on investment for this event. It is much, much larger than the Amgen Tour California for the reasons that I mentioned before, and that is, namely, there are more people staying longer, traveling with friends and family, and spending more of their own dollars. The Amgen Tour California, you know, they sort of come and leave. The visitors we received, we get you know, plenty from around the world, but most of them are local. They drive in, they spend their money, and they leave. What we know about Ironman participants is, you know, a number of times they'll come and they'll stay, they'll visit the venue beforehand, stay longer, et cetera. And so we do have the opportunity to capture quite a bit of a beneficial economic return to the city through this event. And with that, I will hand it over to Jonathan to talk about his experiences.
Thank you, Raisa. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, it's a pleasure to be here to talk about Ironman. And I want to do a couple things. One, talk a little bit about how we got to this place here in Santa Rosa, and then share some of my experiences with Ironman historically. We have been collaborating, we, the Santa Rosa Chamber of Commerce, through our Visit Santa Rosa program and the city's Economic Development Department, have been collaborating on tourism-related efforts for 7 or 8 years now. And one of the things we decided early on in that process, building upon the success we've had with Amgen, was to go after and try to recruit sporting events to our community. One of those efforts resulted in bringing Iron Girl here 3 years ago, which was a race series promoted by World Triathlon. And it gave us an opportunity to get to know, meet, work with some of the members of the Ironman team, including the gentleman to my right, Dave Reed, who will be the race director for Ironman Santa Rosa. As that was going on, we also realized, and Rice has referenced this, the challenge of bringing in an Amgen event, the Tour of California, is A, it's very expensive, and most of that money has to be raised locally, and then B, it's very episodic. It's very difficult to know when it's going to come back, what its impact is going to be. So we in this case was the city of staff, Raisa and David Guin, myself, members of Sonoma County Tourism, and the county itself got together and said, okay, what can we look for in terms of an event that will smooth out this cyclicalness that we can all work on together and will have an impact that's not just taken on by the city itself. Happily, in that process, parallel with that process, our staff was having conversations with Ironman, and we're able to bring this event here today for you to consider. For me, it's a little ironic. Back in 2003, I had the good fortune to be able to recruit Ironman to the city of Coeur d'Alene in Idaho. It was early on in its evolution, and it was on its way to establishing itself as the premier endurance event really in the world. And I've had firsthand experience working with Ironman. While I was there, we signed 2 5-year contracts. Since then, a third has been implemented. And it's because of the fact that this is an organization that, A, is terrifically professional from top to bottom, they're good corporate citizens. They want to be part of this community because their model is they want to keep coming back. Their life is easier as they get to know a community, they get to work with the members of the community and find the success. So it's a mutually reinforcing cycle. The other thing I should mention is that they also are committed to helping organizations in the community. Ironman needs volunteers to assist them. And the way they recognize that fact and recompense those volunteers is to make contributions through the Ironman Foundation back into the nonprofits in the community. So if a nonprofit organization hosts an aid station, helps with directing on the bike course, gets out and puts up signs early in the morning, it has a chance to earn income for its programs through this process. As a consequence, Ironman becomes a very deeply embedded part of the community. And again, based on my experience in Coeur d'Alene, it was a major success for the community. Raisa has identified some of the economic impact numbers. Those are extremely beneficial to us as an event itself, but it's also an opportunity to introduce ourselves to the Ironman community and Ironman athlete, and the demographics they have are substantial, the kind of people we want to go after to try to bring here. With that said, I'm going to turn it over to Dave Reed here again, who is with Ironman, and to speak a little bit about Ironman and its program.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. It's an honor to be here to represent the organization. I'm excited to be back in the community helping to produce this great event. By way of history and background for me, I was the race director for the event when it was up in North Lake Tahoe for 3 years. I also race direct an event in St. George, Utah. So, and I also live in Santa Cruz, where we have a 70.3 event there. And so I just wanted to take a second, while the statistics you've seen the statistics in the presentation, just to express from an experience standpoint as a race director and as a community member, that these events do, in actuality, bring folks into the community, both that may not have ever visited the area. A lot of our Ironman events see 40% first-time participants as their Ironman, so it's the first time they've done an Ironman event. And a lot of those folks might be type A personality athletes, so they want to come and be prepared. So they come ahead of the event, pre-ride the course, pre-run the course, get a sense of what the community and what the race venue looks like. And they do that multiple times leading up to an event. So that experience, I see that in Santa Cruz leading up to the event in September there. And when I was working in Tahoe, the joke up there was what was more noticeable was that the Ironman athletes training ahead of time, or the Burning Man participants coming in for that event in September. So Ironman athletes, I think, are active, engaged. They, as some of the statistics said, they want to stay for a long time. We have a traveling support group that comes with the community of athletes to support them, and then obviously they're staying and supporting those athletes during the event. So it really is an event that is much different than the Amgen Tour of California, in the sense that for a lot of the spectators and participants, or for the spectators in particular for those events, they come in from the greater community for the day, and then they may take off. Whereas with these Ironman events, we do see them staying longer around the event, and then also coming in ahead of the event. And then because of the wealth of opportunity here in the community, I think you'll see a lot of folks coming to vacation afterwards or coming back. So it's a great opportunity to showcase all that Santa Rosa and the Sonoma County area have to offer.
Needless to say, the media coverage that comes with this, the potential there is also equally large, and so we're looking forward to yet another way in which to showcase our community. And with that, I go to the recommendation, and we'll take questions from you. And that recommendation is that you approve the Ironman host venue agreement and authorize the city manager to approve and execute necessary contracts and agreements related to the Ironman and Ironman 70.3 events to be held between 2017 and 2021 in individual amounts not to exceed $100,000. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Wysocki.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, staff and Mr. Reed, for bringing this in front of us, as well as the Chamber's role in it as well, Jonathan. I'm concerned, and I'm supportive of this, because I think it's a good thing overall. Let me be real clear. I like the work. I think it's going to be much bigger return than Amgen, but I'm concerned with community volunteer burnout. And this community is fantastic with the way it participates, but it's been a factor. And I hear volunteers are going to be relied on for 5 years, twice a year. So how much more or less than a typical Amgen event are we going to need from the community?
Maybe I can speak to that, if I may, from my experience in Coeur d'Alene. It is an event that requires substantial investment participation by volunteers, and it was something that worried me when we jumped into it. One of the things that's really hard to explain and capture is the interaction that takes place between the athletes and the community. Unlike Amgen or the Tour of California, these are type A folks, but they're normal people. And they're people who have said, I'm going to challenge myself to do something that is very, very difficult and make that happen. And they participate over a long period of time, both to train and to complete the race. And what we've seen is the volunteers get totally invested in helping to help them succeed. So it becomes a I don't know what that sound is, I'm sorry about that, but it becomes a self-reinforcing cycle. That inspires the volunteers, and it gets them out year after year to help participate. And that's what we saw, frankly, is they would participate year after year after year.
No, I appreciate that. And I've seen that in other events. The Tour of the California Alps, I've only done it twice, but climbing back from Nevada, there's this high school group, and they get proceeds, and they come down and get your water bottle. They run up and refill it, and then they catch you, and that's phenomenal. But again, this community, because I remember it 20 years ago, and as if it happened yesterday, because those kids had such great big smiles on their face. But it doesn't address the volunteer burnout in this community that we had in the last Amgen, because it was real.
Yeah, why don't I take a second? One of the things that we find, I'll give you the example of the North Lake Tahoe area. We identify and hire a volunteer director that helps coordinate, and I work as the race director intimately with that staff person. But we pull from a large community area. So what I anticipate, knowing the community here and knowing the region, is that we are going to reach into school groups, athletic groups in Petaluma, in Cotati, Rohnert Park, up into Windsor. I mean, this is going to be kind of a county-wide outreach to generate groups of folks who are part of a nonprofit that could use funds to help further their agenda, whether that be uniforms for kids in athletics, whether that be a nonprofit that does good work, social work in the community. If those groups are interested, we don't have a geographic limit to where they want to participate if they're willing to come in and support the event. So we have triathlon groups from the Bay Area that come to Santa Cruz or have driven up to Tahoe to support the event from a volunteer standpoint. So I think the goal is to have a wider net than just the city of Santa Rosa.
And just to add on to that, I was actually surprised to get a call today from someone from the East Coast asking me about the event as a volunteer with a group of people. So I was not anticipating the breadth or interest of volunteers from not just outside our immediate area, but well outside the area.
Well, those are good to hear, and I appreciate the intention, because I do think it's an opportunity for groups to bring them in and perhaps fund some of our nonprofits that are doing some good community work. So perhaps who on city staff would be helpful with that, or it's connecting the dots or connecting the parts?
Well, at this point, from the city staff until we transition, because we're looking at how we're running these large events, that would be me. And regardless of whether I am directly and permanently involved, I am always going to be a consultant to it. So at this point, it's myself.
Okay, I'll let my colleagues go, but I just think the opportunity is there to add community flavor and have distinct rest stops so that, it leaves a good impression from the various groups in our community. And again, I think this is a very worthwhile endeavor for us. I thank you for your interest, Mr. Reed, in our community with this event. I can see nothing but good down the road.
Thank you. Mr. Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Reed, for coming here. I just had a couple clarifying questions. Just to confirm, the Vine Man is no longer going to be occurring. Is that correct?
Yeah, so we're taking the rich history of that event and we're rebranding it and we're changing the logistics and the operations of it to become Ironman Santa Rosa and Ironman 70.3.
Correct. So I would make the assumption that that cadre of volunteers for that event, if they're still interested, you're not starting from ground zero, that this area has never seen the event.
We hope so, absolutely.
Great. And then is this a qualifier for Kona?
Yes, the Ironman event will be a qualifier for Kona, and then the 70.3 event will be a qualifier for the World Championships in the 70.3 distance that travels around the world. So next year's event is probably a qualifier for the World Championships in Chattanooga, Tennessee.
Great, because I know that's an attractor for, as Jonathan said, those type A personalities that tend to engage in this. And then also I know, drawing the analogy of the Tour de France, I think one of the cool things about that is when it's televised, you get to see the country. Since I really think we live in a world-class destination, letting other people see that. I saw that you had some sponsors on there. There was NBC Sports. Would this event be televised? Is this something you anticipate?
While the attention span of many of the followers is long, to broadcast the full event would be a bit of a challenge. So what we tend to do is we tend to build promo post-event videos that go up on social media and on our website that showcases the event as it unfolded. And then there's certainly some live coverage via kind of tweeting and social media outlets, but we don't anticipate a live coverage of the event.
Great. Again, I'm very supportive of this. I'm glad that we're here having this discussion. I'll save my other comments for the motion.
Okay, Mr. Corsi.
Thank you. I wanted to follow up on Mr. Wysocki's comments about volunteers and just make a couple of suggestions. The two groups that are likely producers of volunteers for this event have their big events the week before. The Santa Rosa Cycling Club and the Volunteer Center with the Wine Country Century and the Human Race. You're all nodding your heads. This isn't news to you. So a couple of questions. First of all, we've been told several times in the past that our hotels are pretty much booked up, particularly at this time of year. Do we actually have the capacity to handle a big influx of people at these times?
Well, one of the outcomes of our working with Ironman is we've been able to shift the race date to the Saturday before Mother's Day. And that is a period when we have vacancies in our community. It is getting hard, as you suggest, to find times of year when we do have rooms, but that is absolutely one of the times we have rooms. And so, yes, we, the hoteliers, are pleased to know that's when the Ironman will be, the full Ironman will be taking place.
And do we expect that the influx of folks from Ironman are going to need more hotel rooms than they're going to find in Santa Rosa? Will they be staying elsewhere in the community as well?
Yeah, they'll be staying elsewhere as well. But in recognition of that fact, Sonoma County Tourism is one of the contributors to the funding of this event. So they're putting $100,000 towards helping to make this happen each year.
Okay. And the BIA funds, I'm not sure, we didn't hear necessarily how much more BIA money is coming in because of this event, but that BIA money will be used for it. How would that money be used otherwise?
Well, again, the ordinance is very narrow in how it can, and there are only so many ads you can place in via magazine, for example. So what we do use the funds for on the city's side are things such as the Out There Santa Rosa program, that campaign. That is both local pride as well as a national campaign. And from the chamber side, it supports the Visit Santa Rosa program.
Maybe even a little more directly. We at the Chamber at Visit Santa Rosa are very proud of our sales effort to put heads in beds, to sell meetings and conventions here. Last year, we recorded something over 6,500 room nights as a result of that. On a very conservative estimate, this will bring 8,000 to 10,000 room nights to our community. So our hoteliers, if they would write these checks all day long if they could get the same ROI that Ironman will provide them.
Okay, so this is, it's promotion and attraction and kind of a force multiplier, if you will.
Absolutely, and part of it's the unique characteristic of the Ironman event. I got quoted in the paper somewhat facetiously, but it's really true. The athletes can't, most of them can't leave the next day. They're putting their hearts and souls into completing the race, and they recoup, and they stay around, and they're here for typically four nights. And that's what I certainly saw in Coeur d'Alene, is that they come to town, they get to enjoy the town, experience the town, their family is with them. Typically, they have kids, there's signs that Ironman provides opportunity to make signs to cheer on mom or dad, whoever's doing the race. So it does become a significant event.
Is this, in your experience in Idaho, did you find that it was the same people coming back over and over again, or a different crowd, and did it grow over time?
There's some, and I'll let Dave speak to some of the logistics of it. There's some natural limitations on how many people can come and participate. But no, it wasn't the same people year after year. Some of them did. I think Dave used the word crazy when he was referring to some who are regulars. But by and large, there are a number, 20 to 30% are first-time athletes each year. So there'll be new people coming. The other thing I should say is, and I'm speaking a little bit from memory from there, but a typical race there would have not quite all states, but 49, 48 states represented, and 13 or 14 foreign countries. That was what I experienced in Idaho.
Thank you. My last question is about the resolution, and I'm not sure I understand the part about individual contracts not exceeding $100,000. Is that part of the $500,000 or in addition to?
That's part of the $500,000 that we anticipate the budget to be. Again, this is similar to what we do with the Amgen Tour California. For the Tour California, we enter into contracts with hoteliers, for example. This is not the case here, but we wanted to be able to, with one resolution, incorporate that potential need. For example, again, like contracting with AMR for medical services, transportation, that type of thing. So a number of years ago, I think early on in the Amgen Tour California, when we came to council every year, we realized that we would have to come back a second time, and so we've just incorporated it in one resolution.
Okay, so that's a $500,000 maximum a year, and the economic impact of $13.4 million, I think, is that annually or total over 5 years?
That's annually, and it includes both the full Ironman and the Ironman 70.3.
That's a pretty good return on investment.
That's what we are saying.
Thank you.
Ms. Karlstrom.
Thank you very much for your interest in our community, and thank you to our team for putting this together. This is really exciting, and I hope that host committee benefits, maybe inure to former council members who maybe are voting on your contract. I'm kidding, for the record, I'm kidding. I do want to ask a question that I'm reluctant to bring up, which is that we have already had some of our hoteliers come to us complaining of train noise. And undoubtedly, many of our athletes will find themselves staying at these hotels. And I would really hate for the reputation after the first race to be, I couldn't sleep because the stupid train blew its horn all night. And Santa Rosa, it's your fault, even though it's not. What's our plan? What's our leverage?
Well, we're actively engaged in the quiet zone conversation as we speak. I mean, you know, we have to go through a process with the federal government, but we are engaged in that process. I think that what's going to, with my understanding with the delay, we're looking at there might be a wider reach in this conversation, but the city's well on its way to quiet zones.
Even though we know SMART basically said we don't care and we're going to continue blaring the horn whenever we want?
Well, no, we have to go through a process for quiet zone to become eligible for quiet zones, and city staff is actively working through that process.
So do we think that the testing, because if I remember the conversation correctly, we as a council can say we want there to be a quiet zone from X road to X road, and that includes our downtown core. But during the testing phase, SMART made it clear that they intend to keep using the horn when necessary.
Well, I'm not going to turn this into a quiet zone conversation. What I will say is that we are actively engaged in pursuing quiet zones for the entire length of the city. They do have to do testing, and I will also say that there is a lot of discretion given drivers, even in a quiet zone environment. Drivers they are given discretion by the federal government to make sure that they think that the safety of everyone is permitted. So what you're really doing with a quiet zone is giving them the discretion not to blow the horn, not the discretion to silence the horn. And so we're pursuing this. We're working on it. Staff's been working on it for actually several months now, and we have had on-site inspections by the federal government already, and we're feeling very confident about next steps, but we're actively in that conversation, council member.
Okay, and it will be up to another council to remind everybody of this when the race comes back. I've run these long races before, and I don't want to hear a train in the middle of the night. So again, thank you very, very much for your interest in our community. It's a privilege to have this conversation.
Thank you, Ms. Combs.
Thank you very much. And thank you, staff, chamber, Ironman folks. It's hard to be investing $500,000 and having a possible return of $13.6 million. Hard not to like that. I do have a couple of questions, more how I would like a report like this to come in the future. Because in July, for example, we have a lot of heads in beds already, and we have visitors visiting in July. It's right around the fair time, I think. Instead of bringing us back only the numbers estimated from them, can you bring us back the number that is the difference between what we would have expected to have and the number that we'll get if we do this? Because I think that delta number is the number that we're really investing to get. So, you know, what might we typically have, and then we invest to get this extra piece. It's here. I believe it's here. I just would like to have that brought back.
No, that's a very sophisticated request, but you're getting at an important point, is how much are we actually gaining from this? And that certainly is a reasonable question to be asking as we go forward.
Okay, thank you. And I'm also aware that we see our own budget for this, but we don't have information for Ironman. How does Ironman benefit? I see you have a lot of hosts, and can we get information from the past about how much does Ironman make from doing this? Is it reasonable for us to say, well, you know, you're getting X amount of television coverage, you know, maybe you should contribute a little more? Or, I mean, what I appreciate the most about this is these folks are paying for their own hotel beds, and that has actually always really bothered me about Amgen. So I'm really pleased with what I'm seeing in these documents. It just seems to me appropriate to have some idea what the benefit to Ironman is as we look at our own numbers and benefit. it's a mutual conversation.
Right, that is not something that we would typically ask for. We certainly had never asked that from AEG, the owners and operators of the Amgen Tour California. What I will say is, well, two things. One, Ironman is a private corporation. I'm sure they do have their financials somewhere online, but I don't know how open those are. But the second is, and I will say this, while we've had a good relationship with AEG and have been able to negotiate some things, we know that the cost of producing an event such as the Amgen Tour California or the Ironman is massive, and that includes their ability to operate outside, in Ironman's case, worldwide. What we have found similarly with Ironman, just in our short time working with them in this iteration, is that they are equally willing to discuss with us opportunities so that we can gain even more benefit from the association with this world-class event. That is what we know. We also know that with the competition to attract an Ironman event to a city, there is not a lot of room for negotiation when it comes to the fees to participate. What I'm grateful for in an event like Ironman as compared to the Tour of California is that the fees and the contract is defined. And so that is our benefit. In that way, they bring more to us than the Amgen Tour California ever could. It's that certainty and that defined contribution that is of most benefit to us.
I actually see and really appreciate that this is the total package here is I think very desirable for our city. And I, again, thank you for bringing it forward to us and look forward to encouraging volunteers.
Just wanted to add one thing to that, which is, or a couple things. One is that the Ironman Santa Rosa event will represent, I believe it's the 14th full-length Ironman event in North America. So it is a unique distinction to have one of those 14 events in your community. It's particularly special to have the only full-length Ironman event in California, given that California has got a huge triathlon population. So that's a tremendous value for the community to be able to experience that here.
Any final questions, Council, before I move to public comment? All right, thank you. Christopher Lyman.
Good evening. I'm Christopher Lyman. I've been a resident of Santa Rosa since 2009. I've been a triathlete since 1989, and I'm also the current president of Club Echelon, which is a local triathlon team and support group. Triathlon is a sport of individual achievement, of course, but there's also, a tremendous social component to it. It's a source of inspiration for the participants and for non-participants alike. Over the past 20 years, the sport has grown exponentially all over the world. And that's due in large part to the efforts of the World Triathlon Corporation, especially in the half Ironman and Ironman distances. Excuse me. This same World Triathlon Corporation, which is the producer of the Hawaii Ironman triathlon, will be a partner with the city of Santa Rosa in this endeavor. They are a first-class operation, and they produce world-class events all over the world, basically. Right now, we have seen and enjoyed the benefits of the Tour of California and Levi's Gran Fondo, both in terms of the economic benefits from visitors coming here, and also in terms of prestige for the city of Santa Rosa. people see, for instance, the Tour of California athletes riding the roads that we ride on here, and they think to themselves, I would really like to go there and ride. And they do in large numbers. I expect that partnering with the World Triathlon Corporation will result in an even greater economic benefit for the city, and also a further increase in the city's prestige worldwide as a place to come and vacation, ride a bike, enjoy the food and drink, et cetera. Do I have time for a couple more points? Okay. As a member of the community, of course, I am concerned when I hear, we have to admit that not everyone in the community is as invested in triathlon as I am, or several of us are. And they're concerned about road closures and whatnot. And I think it's would be a measure of success of this event that we can, proactively address their concerns and deal with them effectively. Time's up?
That's it.
Okay. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Lyman. Appreciate your comments. Those are all the cards I have on this item. Bring it back to the council. Council, let's entertain a motion and then final comments. Mr. Schwedhelm, Mr. Vice Mayor.
So I'd move a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa approving the Ironman host venue agreement and authorizing the city manager to execute a memorandum of understanding with the Santa Rosa Chamber of Commerce and to approve and execute necessary agreements, including rental agreements related to Ironman and Ironman 70.3 events to be held in 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, and 2021, in individual amounts that do not exceed $100,000 and waive further reading the text.
Second.
I think I have a motion and a second. Your final comments, council? Any final comments? Mr. Oliveris, just go. Well, I just want to thank you, and Mr. Reed, thank you for being here this afternoon. Mr. Coe and staff, thank you very much for this presentation. It's exciting. In retail terms, this is like not getting a Nordstrom rack, but getting a Nordstrom's. Maybe even better. I think maybe better, that it involves the entire community. It is a coup to have this event come to Santa Rosa, and thank you for everyone involved in encouraging them to come here and your willingness to bring this very, very well-known event to Santa Rosa.
Mr. Mayor, can I add one more? Thank you. The Army Corps of Engineers is allowing the Lake Sonoma, and no one has thanked them, so I wish to do so now, because that...
If I may, Mr. Mayor, we also ought to thank Congressman Thompson, who intervened on our behalf to help make that happen.
Absolutely. Thank you.
I knew there was somebody we were leaving out. Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
I just also want to, just having my own personal experience of some of the events here at the Amgen and how well it's been run, and Rise, due chiefly to your efforts, and Director Gouen and the variety of volunteers. But even having participated in the Vine Man, there are some challenges there. I think in the paper they talked about the Russian River. Thank goodness we've got plenty of water in Lake Sonoma, so I think it's really going to enhance that venue. And just most recently on the Fondo, marshaling that and running across the people, biking with this one woman from New York. So she said, this is my 5th year in a row and I bring my family here. And I know she didn't bike from New York. And so it's those little relationships that people are going to be coming back here, and the word just spreads. So thank you for coming here. And I really look forward to, I guess it'll be 2017, the first time we have our first successful Ironman Santa Rosa. It really is a marketing opportunity. And I know this didn't happen by accident. So again, Raisa, you and your staff, and Jonathan with the chamber staff, thank you for coming here today.
Well said. Thank you. Okay, council, your votes. And we had 7 enthusiastic ayes. Thank you very much. Moving on to our public hearing of the evening, Mr. McGlynn.
Item 15.1, public hearing, Roseland Area Projects. Jessica Jones, Senior Planner, and colleagues presenting.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. I'm Lisa Kranz with the Planning and Economic Development Department, and I am pleased to be here this evening to begin the discussion of the Roseland area projects. This item represents a significant milestone towards meeting a key council priority, and that priority is to complete the Roseland annexation and move towards implementation of that annexation. This evening, you are considering a specific plan for 1,800 acres, including that future annexation area, associated amendments to various documents, rezoning and pre-zoning, and certification of an environmental impact report. The pre-zoning of unincorporated areas and the environmental document represent preliminary and necessary work towards reaching that goal of annexation. 2 years of effort is represented in the documents that you're reviewing this evening, and one of the project goals was to involve all members of the community in the planning process. And this was a bold goal, and the community effort was extensive in this program, going beyond what we've accomplished before and setting a model for future planning processes as well. The planning team has enjoyed being out in the community, meeting residents, meeting business owners, and developing a plan that is responsive to the comments that we've heard. So with that, I'd like to introduce our planning team. As the city manager indicated, Jessica Jones from the Planning and Economic Development Department. She served as the project manager for the city on this project. Janine Cavalli was and is the project manager for our consultant team, Michael Baker International. Behind Janine is Patrick Heinmarsh. He is the project manager for the environmental work, also with Michael Baker International. And I also want to introduce Rafael Rivero from our Housing and Community Services Department. He is in the audience, as well as Steve Cancian. Both have provided Spanish translation. Steve Cancian was involved in our community engagement process. He's with Shared Spaces. And Rafael is also available to provide Spanish translation this evening if anyone in our audience wishes it. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Jessica, who will go through our presentation this evening.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Sawyer, members of the council. Before I get started, I just wanted to briefly mention that I will not be alone in this presentation. Janine Cavalli, who was just introduced, will be presenting the specific plan portion of the presentation, and Patrick Heinmarsh will be going over the environmental impact report with you. So as was mentioned, the project that is before you is the draft Roseland area Sebastopol Road specific plan, the amendments that go along with that to the general plan, the downtown station area specific plan, the zoning code, and the bicycle and pedestrian master plan. There's also rezoning and pre-zoning for consistency with the general plan and the specific plan. And then, of course, the environmental impact report that Lisa just mentioned, which covers both the Roseland area specific plan as well as the Roseland area annexation. So just to orient us, the project is located in southwest Santa Rosa. The map that is shown on this slide, you can see outlined in red is the boundaries for the specific plan itself. It covers about 1,800 acres. Approximately 1,200 of that is within the city of Santa Rosa, and that is the area identified in white within those boundaries. The remaining area is unincorporated Sonoma County. So the boundaries of that specific plan is generally Highway 12 to the north, Bellevue Avenue to the south, 101 to the east, and Stony Point Road to the west. Also identified on this map are the 5 unincorporated county islands that are included in the future Roseland annexation. Those are identified in the gray areas, and they include the main Roseland Island, Victoria Drive, West Hearn Avenue, Britton Lane, and West 3rd Avenue, and that totals about 714 acres. So this slide is an aerial that shows the project area. As you can see, much of the area is built out. However, there are some vacant parcels to the south of Hearn Avenue, but much of that area is either currently pending entitlements or has approved entitlements on it. So a lot of that went into in the consideration of visioning for this area. I did also want to mention that the area along the northern boundary of the specific plan area along the Sebastopol Road corridor, as some of you may recall, there was a planning effort done back in 2007. It was the Sebastopol Road Urban Vision Plan that was approved by both the city and the county. And so that also went into consideration with the planning efforts with this project. And then there is also a small portion in the northeast corner where there's an overlap of the downtown station area specific plan. So I'd like to go into a little bit of the project history. The city received a grant from the Sonoma County Transportation Authority in January of 2014. And that grant was for the city to look at developing a specific plan that was focused around the South Side Bus Transfer Center on Hearn Avenue. The specific plan was desired to look at comprehensively the land use and circulation in this area, as well as developing an integrated plan that would assess infrastructure needs and costs for the future, and also would provide an implementation guide for everything that was outlined in the plan. Over the last approximately year and a half, staff and the project consultant have been working very diligently with the community to develop the specific plan that is before you this evening. The draft plan came out of a very extensive engagement process that Lisa mentioned, and I'm going to go into in more detail in the next slide. And that draft plan was presented to the Planning Commission on June 9th in a public hearing where we presented both the draft specific plan and the draft EIR. Following that meeting on June 23rd, staff returned to the Planning Commission providing responses to comments that were received on the specific plan itself. Responses to the environmental impact report comments were being developed and put into the final environmental impact report, which was presented to the Commission on September 8th. And it was at that meeting that the Commission voted unanimously to recommend that the City Council approve the project. So now I'd like to take a little bit of time to go over the community engagement for this process. As we mentioned, this was a major component of this project. We had a goal, as Lisa mentioned, of involving all of the members of the community, both residents and business owners. And the input that was received throughout this process was extremely critical in the development of the specific plan that's before you. So there were numerous outreach methods that were utilized throughout the process. We attended numerous local events. Any local event that we heard about in this community, we were there. We went to back to school night at all of the schools in the planning area. We attended parent club meetings at the local schools. We attended meetings of the Los Cien group. We were at the Cinco de Mayo events and also Fiesta de Independencia, the Binational Health Fair, the Family Fiesta, as well as others. We also held numerous smaller stakeholder meetings. One was a bilingual meeting that was held at the Bear Farm. We also had meetings with local businesses along Sebastopol Road, working with them on some pieces that I will talk to you about in a little bit. We met with residents of the unincorporated areas. We had kind of small neighborhood meetings where we actually went into the neighborhood, went into folks' backyard and sat down and talked with them. We brought members of city staff, as well as members of the local Agency Formation Commission and the Board of Supervisors, in order to do our best to answer questions as they came up rather than having to defer. But they were extremely successful meetings with the local neighborhoods. We also had a council-appointed steering committee that was made up of plan area residents, business owners, and community members that were charged with leading the engagement and outreach for this process. We held 4 bilingual community workshops that were held to gain an understanding of the community's vision for this area for both land use and circulation. We also had this as an opportunity to provide answers to questions that were raised regarding the future annexation. As far as participation for those workshops, we generally had about 70 to 150 attendees at each of those events. There was also a technical advisory committee that was developed for the specific plan, and that was made up of experts from various city departments as well as outside agencies that were charged with looking at the technical accuracy of both the specific plan and the environmental impact report. We created flyers that were printed in the thousands. We sent them home with students at all of the local schools. We handed them around the community. They were provided to steering committee members who were asked to spread them out throughout the community. They were posted in local businesses. We also did a mailing of an annexation notice as well as a notice of the first 2 community workshops, which were mailed to all residents, both owners and tenants, living within both the specific plan area and the annexation area. There were numerous media alerts that were sent out to local newspapers and radio stations, and that resulted in a front page article in the Press Democrat, as well as 3 local radio station interviews. There were posts placed in local newsletters, including the La Vaz newsletter and the Latino service providers. We also had posts on local media, or excuse me, social media outlets, including both the city and the La Vaz Facebook pages and the city's Twitter account. A website for the project was developed that is bilingual, that provides information on both the annexation and the specific plan process. And then finally, we have an email distribution list that has been continuously updated throughout this process that has about 350 email addresses on it, and we send out notices through that email distribution list. So these are some of the photos from some of our events. In the upper left-hand corner is the bilingual meeting that we held at Bayer Farm. In the upper right-hand corner is one of the Cinco de Mayo events that we attended, and then the bottom 3 photographs are from the community workshops that were held. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Janine Cavalli from Michael Baker International, who's going to be going over the specific plan.
Good evening, Mayor Sawyer and council members. As Jessica mentioned, I'll be going over a summary of the key components of the specific plan. The first of which is the project principles that were developed. There were 9 of them that we developed at the beginning of the project to set the framework for the plan and the planning process. And among those include engaging the community, improving the physical environment, establishing land use and policy to guide development towards transit supportive uses, improving connections, and promoting community health and equity. The main components of the specific plan include land use and housing, circulation, public services, and implementation and financing. And I'll go over each of these in more detail on the following set of slides. The land use plan identifies the proposed land use designations for the project area. In addition to what is already planned in the citywide general plan, the specific plan would create an additional 119 residential units and an additional 20,000 square foot of public institutional use over the next 20 to 25 years. And these land use changes are primarily along Hearn Avenue. The development of the land use plan took into consideration the following factors. Community input, as Jessica just provided an overview of, existing development patterns, including vacant lots, approved and pending development projects, as well as the Sebastopol Road Urban Vision Plan approved in 2007. Moving on to circulation and the bicycle and pedestrian improvements specifically, a number of changes are proposed, including filling in the gaps in the sidewalk network, improved crossings at intersections, and new pedestrian and bicycle routes focused on improving the east-west connectivity, which was identified early on as currently lacking within the project area, needing improvements. In terms of improvements to the vehicular network system, The specific plan proposes extensions to existing streets and roads, the Hearn Avenue overcrossing widening, a new overcrossing over Highway 101 at Bellevue Avenue, and a number of intersection improvements. Additionally, we looked at a unique streetscape design for Burbank Avenue, which was proposed in the plan to respect the rural and scenic character identified in the general plan, as well as greatly valued by community members. The design provides greater safety for pedestrians and cyclists while maintaining the rural aesthetic. In regards to the transit system, City Bus provides a fixed route service to the plan area and has recently approved the Reimagining City Bus project, which will result in transit service improvements in the plan area. Therefore, no transit changes are proposed within the specific plan. The next component is public facilities and services. This chapter identifies how infrastructure facilities, and those include sewer, water, telecommunications, and electricity, as well as public services, which includes police, fire, schools, and parks, and recreation, will be provided in the plan area over the next 20 to 25 years. And some of the improvements identified in the area include building a library, constructing the Roseland Creek Community Park, and improving sewer, water supply, and storm drain systems. And then lastly, the implementation and financing chapter. This is the chapter that outlines all of the actions that are necessary to successfully implement the plan. For each action, the plan identifies a responsible party and timing of the item, with categories such as near term, which is up to 5 years, midterm, 6 to 10 years, and long term, which is 11 years or more, so in this case, 20 to 25. Action items include both regulatory and programmatic steps to implement the plan and physical improvements needed to support future development. A few of the action items include establishing and signposting new bike routes, which is a near-term project, widening of the Hearn Avenue overcrossing and repairing sidewalks, which are both midterm projects, and building a youth center, which is a long-term project. And then finally, funding sources and mechanisms to finance these identified improvements are included in the chapter as well. Now, as Jessica mentioned, we brought the plan to the Planning Commission, and a number of changes were recommended at those meetings based on comments provided by the Planning Commission. So in addition to some technical corrections, which I won't get into, the following changes are included in the draft resolution of approval. Adding language to clarify future project CEQA streamlining for projects consistent with the specific plan. Realignment of the Roberts Avenue connection, which Jessica will describe a bit later. Strengthening the language of existing policies to preserve local character and discourage strip malls along Sebastopol Road. And then adding new policies to encourage property owners to seek innovative solutions to groundwater contamination and discouraging any additional vehicular crossings along Joe Rodito Trail apart from those already identified in the general plan.
Thank you, Janine. So I'm going to be going through the amendments that I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation. The first are the general plan amendments, and this slide is dealing with the proposed text amendments to the general plan. Generally, those text amendments are relatively minor, and they would affect the introduction section, the land use and livability, and the transportation elements. The text changes generally reference and incorporate policy language and direction from the specific plan and would update the roadway and bicycle corridor maps and references that are in the specific plan, or excuse me, in the specific plan that will be going into the general plan. There are also a number of general plan land use diagram amendments that are proposed. Specifically, in order to implement the specific plan land use map that Janine just went over, this would affect a number of the land use designations within the plan area. that includes approximately 83 parcels that we would be doing land use changes on. Again, as Janine mentioned, it's primarily located along Hearn Avenue, which you can see in this slide. There's some areas that are outlined with black dotted lines. Those are the areas that are proposed for land use amendments. Also, there is a proposed land use change for the West Hearn Avenue neighborhood, and this is located just outside of the specific plan area, but it is one of the islands that is being considered for the Roseland area annexation. As I mentioned, we had numerous meetings with the residents of this neighborhood, and there were concerns raised about the existing land use designation, which is currently low-density residential, and they are interested in maintaining their rural character, and so they requested that that be changed to very low-density residential, which is before you this evening. There are also several minor changes, generally to the proposed location of trees, just shifting them slightly to identify a more accurate location for future parks, and then also elimination of a star symbol for a previously identified neighborhood shopping center on Burbank Avenue at the request of the neighborhood. So now, with regard to the downtown station area specific plan, as I mentioned, the proposed Roseland specific plan and the downtown station area plan overlap slightly in the northeast corner of the Roseland plan area. It's around the Roberts Avenue area. While there are no proposed land use changes to this area, there have been some feasibility concerns raised regarding the future extension of Roberts Avenue that was identified in that downtown station area specific plan. The top photo in this slide shows the alignment of the future extension of Roberts Avenue as it is currently depicted in the downtown station area plan, and then the bottom photo shows a possible realignment. Due to the concerns regarding feasibility, and just to clarify, the alignment that is shown in the downtown plan, which is kind of that curvilinear route, is identified as going under the existing Highway 12 overpass, which goes over the railroad tracks and the Joe Rodota Trail at that location. So the idea was to locate a future road within that space, in addition to what is currently there. There is limited space in there, so there was concerns about whether a road could actually fit in there. So the Transportation and Public Works Department sent out a team to measure that area to determine how much width was there and whether additional width would be necessary. And so it was determined that in order to meet city standards for roadways and maintain the existing Joe Rodota Trail at that location, there is a significant amount of additional width that would need to be created in that space in order to put in a roadway. The Public Works Department has identified that, yes, both of these alignments, both the existing alignment as it's shown in the downtown plan, as well as this potential future change to go straight north-south, they are both feasible, but both are very much long-term projects. And the Traffic Engineering Division at the city has determined that their preference would be for the straight alignment. So because of that, and due to the potential benefits that staff sees with the realignment, which include reduced impacts on the private properties, as the current curved route does go through private properties, whereas the straight route would not, as well as elimination of a second crossing of the Joe Rodota Trail. Both staff and the Planning Commission are recommending that realignment to go straight north-south. And I do want to note that the Regional Parks Department has reviewed this. They were not in support of the extension as it is currently depicted, and they are in support of the potential realignment, again, because it does reduce or eliminate another crossing of the Joe Rodota Trail. So next, I'm going to be going over the proposed zoning code text amendments, and there are 4 of them, and I have a slide for each of them. They include mobile food vending, the Burbank Avenue Scenic Roadway, the Sebastopol Road non-conforming industrial uses, and the Rural Heritage Combining District. So the first up is the mobile food vending. As you may or may not be aware, the city zoning code currently does allow for mobile food vending on private property. However, it is only when it is incidental and accessory to a main restaurant use on the site. So this was identified as a key issue by the community, as there are a number of existing food vendors located along Sebastopol Road on private property. As part of maintaining the unique character of Roseland, there was a strong desire by the community to allow both the existing vendors to be maintained and to be continued, and to allow the possibility of additional vendors in the future. So, and staff is aware that this is something that is perhaps more of a citywide issue as well. It's mobile vending has come up recently, but we are focused on the specific plan boundaries at this point, and so that's why we are looking just at this time only at the Sebastopol Road corridor. We did hold numerous meetings with businesses located along Sebastopol Road, and that included restaurants, including both brick and mortar restaurants as well as the mobile vendors. And proposed amendments were developed through that process and brought to those meetings as well as to one of the community workshops to get feedback from the community. And the result is the text amendment that is before you, which would allow mobile food vending on private property along the Sebastopol Road corridor only between Stony Point Road and Olive Street. And this would be with a minor use permit approval. And it is something that is supported by the groups that we met with. The next text amendment is regarding the Burbank Avenue Scenic Roadway. As Janine mentioned a little bit earlier, the general plan does designate Burbank Avenue as a scenic roadway because of its special scenic qualities, which is characterized by a rural aesthetic, trees, large setbacks. And staff did hear from a number of residents that live along Burbank Avenue that indicated a desire to maintain this character. So with that, we developed a text amendment that includes adding Burbank Avenue to the -SR, or the Scenic Road Combining District, which is currently in our code, and that would include providing greater setbacks for properties along that roadway. And that is in conjunction with the roadway section that Janine mentioned earlier. Both the proposed text amendment as well as the roadway improvements were sent to all of the residents and tenants along Burbank Avenue, and there were no concerns addressed to staff regarding those changes. The next text amendment is regarding Sebastopol Road. Throughout the community workshops that were held, as well as a subsequent smaller meeting that was held with business owners along the north side of Sebastopol Road, which is generally industrial and more heavy commercial uses, there were concerns raised regarding the legal nonconforming status of those businesses. As I mentioned, in 2007, the Sebastopol Road Urban Vision Plan was adopted by both the city and the county, and at that time, land use changes were also adopted that changed that area to a mix of retail and high-density residential. So those existing industrial and heavy commercial uses are currently non-conforming uses. While the specific plan that's before you today is not proposing any land use changes in this area, we do recognize the impacts that were created at that time to those businesses. And so what's before you is a proposed amendment to allow an increase in the time that would be allowed for legal nonconforming use to reoccupy a space. Currently, the code only allows up to 6 months for a new similar use to fill a space. if the space is non-conforming. The proposed amendment that is before you, again, just for this area, is to increase that to 24 months. And really, that's just to try to allow these very thriving businesses to continue until they are ready to convert to that higher density residential and retail use. So the final zoning code text amendment that is before you is a proposal to create a new combining district, and that is the Rural Heritage Combining District, or -RH. Staff met on numerous occasions with the property owners along West Hearn Avenue, which I've mentioned. Again, this area is not within the specific plan boundaries, but it is one of the unincorporated county islands that's being considered for the annexation. There were a number of concerns raised by residents within this neighborhood about the potential loss to their unique rural character if the city were to annex. So following numerous meetings and also a lot of research that went into looking at what the existing county regulations are for this area, staff developed the proposed Rural Heritage Combining District that was designed to recognize, preserve, and enhance the rural character of West Hearn Avenue. The proposed regulations were provided to all the residents in the neighborhood and were vetted through several meetings and various emails and communications. Some adjustments were made, and the result is a set of regulations that I think is supported by a majority of the residents that live in that area. And then again, as I mentioned previously, as part of this, staff is recommending to change the general plan land use designation from low density to very low density to go along with that, maintaining the rural character. So next up is proposed parcel rezonings and pre-zonings. In order to implement the proposed land use changes that are included in the specific plan, there are a number of rezonings that would need to take place for consistency with the general plan, and that affects about 190 parcels. For the most part, that is addressing the proposed land use changes, but we also went through to clean up any existing inconsistencies, to look for areas where the zoning was currently inconsistent with the general plan, and have added that to this list. So that, again, is about 190 parcels proposed for rezoning. There is also a proposal to pre-zone 1,606 parcels, and that is for the 5 unincorporated county islands that is being considered for the annexation. The pre-zoning is necessary in order to move an application for annexation forward to the Local Agency Formation Commission. And what that does is provide for a future zone upon annexation that is consistent with the city's general plan designation for those sites. There's also proposal to add the new -RH, or the Rural Heritage Combining District that I just mentioned, to West Hearn Avenue, as well as the -SR, or Scenic Road Combining District, to the Burbank Avenue, which I also mentioned. And then finally, there are 2 zones that are currently planned development zones that we are proposing to change to standard districts. A lot of times we find that the planned development zones can be cumbersome. There's not much information in them. So what we did was went through all of the planned development zones in this area to determine if it would make it easier for the residents and property owners in this area if they were to have a standard zoning district rather than the planned development zoning district. And so what we found were there were 2 that met that criteria. The last amendment that I'm going to be talking about is the Bicycle and Pedestrian Master Plan Amendment, and that is to add approximately 1.8 miles of Class 1 bike lane, 1.36 miles of Class 2, and 2.95 miles of Class 3 bike lanes to the Bicycle and Pedestrian Master Plan as depicted in the proposed specific plan. There's also a proposal for a possible future connection at Leo Drive over the smart rail line to connect to the smart multi-use path, which is on the east side of the rail line. Right now, there are very limited connections between the main Roseland area and the east side of the railway tracks. And so while this is something that would not be easy to obtain, it is something that, again, with that really wanting to improve the east-west connections in this area was something that staff felt was important to just put in there as a possibility to consider in the future of trying to get that additional connection. So now I'm going to hand it over to Patrick Hindmarsh, who is going to be going over the environmental impact report.
Good evening, Mayor Sawyer and council members. I'm going to be providing some information on the environmental review process. We prepared a program level EIR for the specific plan and the amendment areas or the annexation areas. The program level EIR looks at a higher level, since there are no specific approvals for development projects that would be given tonight. So any future development projects that would come in would have to comply with all the mitigation measures that were identified for the EIR. The environmental review process began with a notice of preparation on January 15th, at which time we had a scoping meeting on February 1st to take comments from the public. A number of people showed up for the scoping meeting, and several topics came up. Largely, however, they were about the amount of development that was being proposed and effects associated with that, and generally related to traffic. Environmental impacts that were identified in the draft EIR, there were a number of them. Most could be reduced with mitigation measures identified in the EIR, but there were 4 significant unavoidable impacts. One was cumulative air quality, and the project would contribute to criteria air pollutants in the region. And there were 3 traffic impacts that were found to be significant unavoidable. 2 project-specific impacts, and those, the first was on mainline freeway operations on 101 between Todd Road and SR 12. That segment currently operates at an unacceptable level, but the threshold for that is whether the project would contribute to a 1% increase in volumes on there, and the project would contribute about 3%. The other project-specific impact is on freeway ramp operations at southbound 101 at Hearn Avenue, and it would create queuing on the main line. The city is currently in the environmental phase of a project for approval of the Hearn overpass, but since that wouldn't be completed by the time the project gets approved, that was determined to be a significant unavoidable impact. Once that project is completed, that would be a less than significant impact. The third traffic impact would be a cumulative impact on freeway operations on northbound 101, eastbound and westbound State Route 12. All of those segments are anticipated or are projected to operate at unacceptable levels, and again, the project would contribute more than 1% traffic increases on those, so those were found to be significant. In terms of mitigation for that, they could widen those segments of the roadway, of the freeways, but the right-of-way acquisition would take houses and businesses, and that was determined to be significant and unavoidable and not a feasible mitigation. Project alternatives analyzed in the EIR. The intent of the alternative section is to find feasible ways to reduce impacts of the project. The CEQA requires that you prepare a no project alternative because This is an area it's a plan level document. This is an area that was assumed for development, the general plan. The no project alternative would be implementation of the existing general plan. And as Janine mentioned earlier, the change from the existing general plan to the proposed project would result in 119 additional residential units and 20,000 square feet of non-residential development. So over the area, the specific plan area, that's not a substantial change. So the no project alternative didn't substantially reduce impacts compared to the proposed project. I mentioned about the traffic impacts. A reduced development potential alternative, the proposed project would generate approximately 3% of the volumes on the main line. So in order to reduce the project impact to below the threshold, we assumed 1/3 of the development could be accommodated in the reduced development potential, which would be below the threshold for the contribution of the project. And because that would be substantially less development than assumed for the general plan, and that wouldn't, it would reduce the impacts on the freeway, but it wouldn't achieve densities to meet the project objectives or to provide transit supporting land uses. The EIR was circulated for a public review period from May 20th to July 5th. We received 12 letters and emails, and we also had a public hearing on June 9th to receive comments, and 17 people spoke, and we also got comments from the Planning Commission. Based on those comments, we prepared a final EIR, which included responses to all the written comments, as well written environmental comments, as well as responses to the oral comments at the hearing. The final EIR also includes any minor changes to the EIR, to the draft EIR for corrections or things of that nature. None of the comments or responses prepared for the final EIR required any substantial changes to the draft that would require recirculation. The general comments we received on the draft EIR were related to generally the intensity of development and especially the increased traffic. Others were traffic-related air quality, the need for more parkland, increased water demand, increased wastewater generation, and bicycle and pedestrian safety. And again, none of those comments required any recirculation of the EIR.
Thank you, Patrick. So I'm going to try and quickly go over the last piece of our presentation so we can move on. As Patrick mentioned, the environmental impact report identifies 4 significant and unavoidable impacts in air quality and traffic and transportation. If the city approves the project, despite those significant and unavoidable impacts, the city would need to state in writing the reasons for its action. And this would be called the statement of overriding considerations. And this must be included in the project record. I'm going to go over each of these as they were identified by the Planning Commission and are included in your draft resolutions that are before you. So the first is with air quality. As I know you are all aware, over the years, Santa Rosa has modified its planning policies and land use regulations to increase residential densities near transit facilities. And this type of land use pattern does help to reduce automobile trips and is supportive of greenhouse gas reduction. The specific plan has been developed with all of this in mind and does provide for a more efficient settlement pattern as compared to the general plan as it currently exists today, which both staff and the Planning Commission found as a basis for an overriding consideration. With regard to traffic and transportation, in order for the city to meet its state-mandated share of regional housing needs, residential development needs to continue to be allowed and at a higher density. Both commercial and industrial developments are also necessary in order to provide both services and jobs to the people that are living in the area. So the specific plan does provide for development that does support that transit and encourages alternative transportation modes, which would minimize traffic impacts to the greatest extent feasible. So there were two boards that reviewed this project before it came before you this evening. The first was the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Board. Staff presented the proposed bicycle and pedestrian amendments that were before you tonight. That was presented to the board in May of 2016. There were no specific comments that were provided by the board. They asked a number of questions, which we responded to during the meeting. Again, there were no actual comments by any of the board members at that meeting. The Planning Commission, as I mentioned, we've held 3 meetings with the Planning Commission, the first being a public hearing on June 9th, in which we presented the draft specific plan and draft EIR. On June 23rd, we returned with comments, response to comments on the specific plan. And then on September 8th, we presented the final environmental impact report, and the Planning Commission at that meeting did unanimously recommend that the City Council approve the project. So with that, it is recommended by the Planning Commission and the Planning and Economic Development Department that the Council by resolution certify the final EIR, adopt the specific plan with the recommended changes that are outlined in your resolution, approve the amendments to the general plan and the bicycle and pedestrian master plan, and introduce 3 ordinances amending the zoning code and rezoning and pre-zoning parcels consistent with the general plan and the specific plan. And we are here and available as you have questions.
Thank you very much. Very comprehensive report. Council, I'm going to ask for your opinion on a 15-minute break before we go to questions, unless you have, we've got to have a break in here before we really dive into this. If you're okay with that, let's do that. 15 minutes. Thank you very much for your indulgence. We'll bring the meeting back to order, and I'm going to move directly into public comment, starting with Dwayne DeWitt, followed by Leonard Moore.
Mr. Mayor, we need to open the public hearing.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. Open the public hearing, and now we'll move to Mr. DeWitt.
Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland. I ask you tonight, don't certify the final environmental impact report, don't adopt the Roseland-specific plan at this time, and don't approve the amendments of the general plan and the bicycle plan, and don't eliminate the additional Class 1 bicycle and pedestrian path along Roberts Avenue identified in the downtown station area-specific plan. I would ask you to combine it. I have handouts here that I was going to give to you, but in my haste, I just started right away. I had sent an email to you today. I hope you had a chance to read that document. This is where I've started 22 years ago, looking at how we could do better planning. And this is what charrettes are about. They've been around for 20 years, and we didn't do a charrette in this process. They just moved straight to workshops. So they didn't really know the background of a lot of things that were occurring. But what's really stunned me about the whole process now is this rush on Roberts Road and how it wasn't something that had been talked that much about with the steering committee that I was a part of. And so we'll spend my time on this Roberts Road situation. I'm going to give you the graphic afterwards. The way it had been planned for many, many years was that we would find a way to go underneath the existing overpass. And why this is important is because earlier, one of the staff members pointed out the duration of projects, short-term, mid-term, long-term. For the plan, as you were now saying, someone has come up with either under or over Highway 12, straight connection, north-south. That's a long-term project. That's something that maybe not could happen even in a generation. Stony Point Road has taken a generation to move forward since the turn of the century to now, and it won't be done for another couple of years. The Hearn Avenue overpass, the Bellevue Avenue overpass, and this. These are things that you need to take more time to talk about and think about. You don't need to be in a hurry about this process. You've already done a lot of background. So you could stop tonight and say, well, let's dig a little deeper into this. The money came from the federal government, and it specifically states for you to show, how this is going to be done. That's important. How will this be done? How do us citizens and taxpayers know this will even be done? The whole thing seems like a canard to me that was thrown in at the last minute. And I'm just really saddened because so much money was spent and so much time and effort was put forward by a number of people in the community who deserved more respect than that. Last but not least, the Pomo Indians. They deserve to have their project, the Pomo Interpretive Village, at the Roseland neighborhood. And this hasn't even been responded to. He wrote his letter 5 months ago, hasn't heard from the staff. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. DeWitt. Leonard Moore. Mr. Moore will be followed by Karen Kistler.
Okay, good evening, everybody. Good evening, Mayor, council members. I'm from Western Avenue, and I'm here to ask you to approve the updated plan. And that includes a lot of revisions that Jessica alluded to that are specific to Western Ave, including the rural heritage designations. We spent about a year and a half going back and forth with city planners, with Chuck Regalia and Jessica and Lisa Krantz, giving them feedback from our neighborhood and coming up with what I consider a fine end result, a positive end result as far as listening to what is important to our neighborhood and what would be acceptable for us as far as moving into an annexation So outside of thanking the staff for all the hard work that they did, I also want to thank pretty much all of the Western Avenue neighbors and helping all of us understand what's been most important as far as issues and concerns for them working together in a very unified effort to produce this positive end result. I want to acknowledge that there's still many neighborhoods who have felt frustrated, uninformed in this process, like they weren't a part of the process, they didn't get enough information, or even that they felt like they have not been able to accomplish their objectives. And I'd like to say sort of publicly, since this is on the record, that the thing that was different, I think, with our neighborhood is several components. One, we were really noisy. A lot of phone calls, letters, emails. You probably got an email late night from me with 61 signatures from our neighborhood saying, please approve this. We were really organized. We did a lot of research. We polled all of our neighbors 3 different times in this whole process and said, what's important to you? And then we consolidated all that information, figured out what was the common ground, and that's what we went with the city with. And then we were also regularly communicating with all of our neighbors with updates, strategy, and all the things that you do in typical textbook community organizing. So just wanted to put that on the record as well, because that's how I think positive results happen. Is it starts with a few people, many of which are here in the room from Western Ave, that start talking about what's going on, and then we start figuring out, okay, how do we want to approach this? And part of it was, I think the last time I was here, I was a little more stern with you guys, but because at that time we were very upset, and we're less upset about what's going on because of all the hard work that's gone on. So we want to acknowledge everybody that's been involved in that process, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay.
Karen Kissler, followed by Rena Radich.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Council members, as a member of the Roseland Annexation, thank you. As a member of the Roseland Annexation Steering Committee for this past year and a half, and as a small business owner in Roseland, I've witnessed firsthand the incredible investment, cohesion, and love that our community shares. Some of the concerns voiced by our neighborhood focused on fears of gentrification and rising rents, making living in Roseland unaffordable for current residents after annexation. And these fears and concerns are not misplaced. So one way to counteract community displacement is by offering microloans, encouraging small businesses who hire locally to form existing businesses and expand those businesses. And those small businesses that hire locally enable residents to stay in their homes and invest in improving them. Microloans have been incredibly successful in Africa, the Ohio River Valley, in West Virginia, and many, many more places. So loans for as little as $5,000 to a small business can mean starting an advertising campaign, making capital improvements, or hiring someone local. One venture capital company with an annual budget of only $150,000 created 35 to 50 small businesses, which were new, which then hired 4 or 5 full-time employees. Additionally, this program facilitated almost 35 expansions of existing businesses each year, yielding 3 to 5 new employees each. Thus, they created over 300 jobs yearly. That's 300 jobs created with an investment of just $500 per job, all by nurturing local businesses. So when one local business helps another, an economist calls this pollination. In nature, pollinators like butterflies carry pollen from plant to plant, nourishing an entire ecosystem. Pollinator businesses carry the best elements from one business to another, fertilizing the whole local businesses and creating a healthy entrepreneurial ecosystem. And that is why, as one successful Roseland business, we're announcing the formation of the Roseland Foundation. After annexation, we will invest $150,000 to make microloans to locally owned and operated small businesses and startups that hire locally. With these loans, we'll include initial legal consultations, accounting tutorials and services, and small business consulting. The $150,000 is meant to nurture small Roseland businesses toward financial independence by opening bank accounts. Can I just finish this sentence? Thank you. By opening bank accounts, improving credit ratings, educating about employer-sponsored health insurance, and supporting the changing needs of small businesses. No such program exists in Roseland now, and we invite other businesses to join us in this exciting investment in our community.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Rena Radich, followed by Christina Meyer.
I don't know how to use this projector.
We can show you.
Somebody show me how?
Our city clerk will be right over.
Great, thanks. I should have learned it in school, but I never did.
It's the next generation.
I'll bet.
Oh, yep.
What I'll do is I'll turn on that mic over there. Just give me 1 second.
And I think it's the lights off, Daisy. There you go. And then she'll get it on the screen for you. And it's self-focusing.
It's self what?
Self-focusing.
Oh, self-focusing. Oh, cool. Huh. I would love it. Excuse me. Thank you. Ah, there we go. I guess it's going to have to be the panning effect. Anyway, good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Rena Radich, and I'm from West Hern. You've already heard a lot about us. I want to thank, first of all, Jessica and Lisa and Chuck for working with us so diligently in creating this rural heritage designation, which offers all of you also that for the rest of the city, which I think is exciting. Excuse me. So this is our little neighborhood, and our neighborhood is half-acre, minimal-sized parcels. We were built in the late 50s. And so this shows you we have kind of a meandering road, and then the road dead ends right here. And so the next photograph is a line drawing with the same thing, but a little bit smaller. So here's Stony Point, and here we are. And the subject matter that I want to talk about is the dead end. That was the one thing that we couldn't come to agreement on, keeping the dead end a dead end. So I love the rural heritage, but that, as you can see, the little meandering road, and I also sent you an email earlier with lots of pictures, so that you can kind of get a visual of what the road looks like. It can't handle more traffic from this little, as soon as you incorporate, this is in Santa Rosa, and they're going to build similar to this, and you can see the density of it. There is an existing, it's half mud and half whatever road that hits on Yuba. And if you can see, Yuba here is a straight shot to Stony Point. Much wider road and can handle the traffic better. So I don't know who to go to and where to go, and Jessica was fabulous at asking this question and trying to get that within our plan on the we call it the city-specific plan. And so I don't know where to go to get that sorted so that that can stay, because how can it stay rural if we have to open it up to all that traffic? And then you have to build the street wider, and you have to blah, 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 blah. So I'm coming just to put on record that that is the one thing that we didn't get handled, and I would love to get that handled for the neighborhood. The whole neighborhood would love to get that handled. So I thank you for your time, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
This is long and drawn out. I thank you.
Thanks for being here.
Absolutely.
Christina Meyer?
Do I need
Yes.
to turn this
Meyer.
off?
My family owns property in the Roseland area. I've been involved with this project since the beginning. I was on the steering committee, went to all the workshops, I've attended the hearings, and I think the planning department has done an outstanding job on this project. Their outreach was extensive, they listened, they took notes, and they continually updated the program to reflect as many community suggestions as possible. What you see before you tonight is a culmination of well over a year of hard work by the staff, and I sincerely hope the council approves this project. I also want you to know that our properties were part of the property that was rezoned, and the rezoning had to do with updating the property, the zoning, so that it was consistent with the project objectives and the general plan, and it had nothing to do with speculation or favoritism. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ms. G.P. Radich, followed by Cliff Wiggum. Might as well leave that up, just in case.
Good evening, council.
You can use the other mic as well.
Hello. My name is G.P. Radich, and I'm a resident of Victoria Drive. I'm one of the county islands that will be considered in the EIR and the plan right now. There it is. There's Victoria Drive right here. Is my laser pointer. And I'm right there. Hi. So this is an old schematic because it shows Dutton Avenue banking around, and it's actually been straightened out by now. What we have on Victoria Drive is we have a creekland that crosses it. This is Colgan Creek, and there's a lot of wildlife. It's a corridor for wildlife right now. And my concern is what is to avoid what we have here. This is all concrete. That definitely adjusts the climate. I am hoping that we can get some kind of a green belt here that extends from Colgan Creek. The creek restoration is going to be a problem because it's bordering these properties here. So, and also to the Bellevue Avenue overpass, we would do so well to invest in that kind of diversion of the regional traffic, because right now the Hearn Avenue corridor is, you got to try it. You got to try it during the rush hour and the smart train, the crossing guards going down, and it's quite something. I'm a landscape designer, so most of my clients are not in the area, so I have to venture out on the roads, but I do take the bike path. I enjoy the smart train bike path that's been developed, and I look forward to all of those new bike paths. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Cliff Wiggum, followed by Greg Fearon.
Make this thing work.
I think you need to lift that all the way up till the arm stops.
So it stops.
There you go, and we'll just leave it up.
Can you see that? Wait, make it see it.
I don't want that thing dropping.
I represent the Gateway Coalition. We have 14 properties owned by 10 different property owners. I'm one of them. All our properties are the overlapping properties between the downtown station area and the Roseland redevelopment area. They're all 25 to 40 units in Transit Village medium density zoning. And we have the property up for sale, and we're looking for developers. And Roberts Road goes right between it, divides block 1 and 2 of our properties. And it goes across and goes to 3rd Street. Any property developer seems that they would want an underpass there. Plus, it's needed for the Roseland area. The left turn at Dutton onto Sebastopol Road is at least 3 stoplights, 4 on a Friday afternoon. So the traffic flow needs the underpass, and the development of our property, it seems that it's going to need it. Of course, we're a walking distance to the train station, and we like to see some multi-story, high-density housing built there. But as of yet, I haven't found a developer that wants to jump in, but I'm still talking to them, and I have hopes that we're going to find somebody really soon. But it's prime property for a gateway between Roseland and the downtown station. That's why I called it the Gateway Coalition. So I'd like your support and help, and I'm holding the coalition together as long as I can, but I may have to ask you guys for a letter of support to keep them together, because one of them has somebody wants to buy it for non-conforming use, and it's one of the key properties. It would really kill the whole idea of developing the whole 9.7 acres as one large development. So that's where I'm at. I've had it online now for about 6 weeks, and I've got to report to my coalition middle of next month, and I hope I got good news, or at least I got to show them some movement, some interest. I was at the county this morning. I addressed the board of directors up at this county, and I'm talking to you guys, and I'm going to go see the Smart Train board of directors, and I want all 3 public agencies to jump on board to help me find a developer. I appreciate your attention.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Greg will be followed by Amanda Maris.
There's no turning back now. You've got a whole lot of constituents and a whole lot of community who worked really hard for the last couple of years on something that some of you know has been 25 or 30 years in the making. I'm here to do 2 things. One, congratulate the staff. Steve and Jessica and Lisa and Chuck did a marvelous job of trying to hold all of us together as advisory group members, hold the community together by meeting with them. These guys went out of their office more than I've ever seen any staff do. We all learned. Probably none of us would stand up here and say it was perfect. We all have things that we do differently next time and will do next time. And I'd like to thank the residents of Roseland, who really deserve all of the accolades. They listened, they came to meetings, they gave us advice, they gave the staff advice. They're still trying to figure this out, and they're going to be going through hopefully another year of annexation implementation. It's not over. And they'll be hopefully forming into, with all of our support, a powerful force that will help shape their future. And we invite them and welcome them in. Thank you.
Thank you. Amanda Maris will be followed by Ramon Meraz. You could use the middle.
Okay, out of brevity, I'm going to hold her instead of let her down. Hello, Mayor. Hello, staff, council members, everybody. I'm one of the many members of Western Avenue who's probably going to be up here and speaking tonight, and I don't want to reiterate anything they're saying because everything they're saying, I have the same sentiments. So what I want to reiterate, though, is my many thanks to the city staff, to Chuck, to Jessica, to Kate. Thank you so much. I've been to a few meetings with them. Personally, I'm also equally impressed with just how much they went above and beyond my understanding of what city staff can do for their constituents. It made me really inspired, in fact, to the point where I feel like 10 years from now, maybe I'll be running for one of these positions. I mean, it really made me feel like I can be a part of this community and really believe in it. So I hope I came to the Planning Commissioning meeting as well to thank them for looking at the draft of rezoning Western Avenue to include all of the very specific details we went through. We really did hash it out word for word and meeting by meeting, tried to get to the bottom line of what we want and found a common ground. And that was really commendable on this part of the city staff, but also on the part of Lenny Moore here, who spoke earlier. I mean, he was the one that held it together on our neighborhood. So thank you, Lenny, and thank you, neighborhood. That's really what I want to say. Please consider all of our gratitude when you're looking at the amendment for the specific plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Ramon Meraz. Welcome.
Good evening. Hi, let me see. I don't.
The little toggle switch right onto your, there you go.
A little on my back. Hi, let me see. I'm trying to figure out what hat I'm wearing. I don't have a speech prepared, but I was very lucky to be part of the steering committee for this project. And thank you to everybody. Thank you to the city for all the work they did, for doing Spanish, for providing daycare, for making it available for everybody to come. As a student, it was really eye-opening for me. I'm a senior in urban planning here at Sonoma State, so this is what I want to do. This is what I want to be. So I came in maybe with some ideas, and I got to see how the process is and how many needs, how many ideas come in. And yes, it's time. It's time. We need housing, and you know that. I don't need to tell you any of the things that will make you want to approve this project. And yes, there's a lot of things to be concerned about. But I also have another hat that I wanted to talk on there today, and it's the concierge. As you know, I was a concierge at the Hyatt for over 10 years. And I love Roseland. I sent a lot of my guests to Roseland when I was the chief concierge there. And I have to tell you, it's really important to keep that avenue, that artery of transportation and walking transportation to Roseland. And that's what's really important, to have the Railroad Trail, the Roberts Avenue, et cetera, clean, bright, lit, safe, maybe even interactive. Have people be excited. You're going to go to Roseland, and this is what you're going to. These are the things that you're going to be experiencing. And a lot of people don't want Roseland to become the next Hillsburg. I don't think that's going to happen. But we only have one chance to do this, and we need to do it right. And once that the train starts coming, once that the Hyatt doubles the number of rooms they're going to have, where are the people going to go? A lot of them are going to come here to downtown Santa Rosa, but that's not going to be enough. We need more tables. We need more restaurants and cafes and things for people to do. And most important is that when I send people to Roseland, they will come back to me saying, that was a great experience, because Roseland was authentic. And that's the thing that we had to keep. How are we going to keep Roseland authentic after all of these? And that's something to keep in mind for everybody, not just the council, but everybody's going to be involved. And people go there because they had a good meal, and they felt that it was a little, not just Latino, but there was something of everything. Peruvian, there was something of many different, the tapestry that makes the area. And I just wanted to put that in your head. The area from Railroad Square to Roseland has to be nurture and just develop and make it easy for everybody. Thank you.
Thanks, Ramon. Those are all the cards that I have. You needn't have filled out a card. This is a public hearing. Would anyone else care to address the council on this issue? If you could just state your name for the record, please.
Paul Larson with Cadell & Larson Architectural Designs. I'm here on behalf of Skikos Trucking, which has a business at 1289 Sebastopol Road. And in short, we just wanted to acknowledge planning's efforts, and we appreciate the time that they took to acknowledge the non-conforming existing uses, which Skikos occupies several acres on Sebastopol Road that is a non-conforming existing use. It has been there for years and is a viable business with many employees. So we just, again, want to acknowledge planning, their efforts, the consultants' efforts, and show our support for the amendments that they have put into their text, the amendments of the text for the non-conforming uses. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Would anyone else care to address the council at this time? Seeing no one rise, we'll close the public hearing, bring it back to the council. Mr. Wysocki, you have some questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do appreciate the opportunity. And I want to echo the residents and thank staff. It's quite apparent that the outreach was sufficient and everyone felt heard. It's also very nice to see a chamber that's somewhat full of concerned citizens rather than us talking to staff. So it's apparent that you do care about your neighborhood, and that's a very, very good thing. I do have questions about the intent of this, and going back to the intent of the process. The grant that was funded from Sonoma County Transportation Authority speaks about improving connectivity between multimodals and between in the area itself. Looking at these maps, I see two freeways, 12 and 101, that really box it in. And I don't see, and I see a rail line dissecting this area. And I see one connection proposed, and that's Roberts, which I heard from some folks tonight that we really need that, and maybe we do. It didn't look to me we did, but on the plans, maybe that's so. But going back to my point, I see one connection crossing these barriers. How does this plan improve connectivity?
So what we're attempting to do with this plan is really focus on connectivity within the plan area and talk to the community about what their concerns about connectivity were, which, as was mentioned, primarily focused on east-west connections within the plan area. We did look at connectivity between this area and downtown and the SMART station. And really, at this point, the only opportunity that was identified by our traffic consultants, and which was reviewed in concert with our traffic engineering department, was looking at the Roberts Avenue extension, which, as you know, was already identified in the downtown plan. But relocating it. And then there is a proposed bicycle connection, potential future connection over the rail line to the multi-use path. But otherwise, staff and the consulting team did not see an opportunity for any additional connections beyond those Highway 101 and Highway 12 barriers.
Thank you. Did staff identify any funding resources or any procedures to make those potential connections happen? I know we just went through a CPUC decision on Jennings that would be, I would imagine, be similar, be required for Leo, A, and then B, where's the money going to come from for a freeway overcrossing at Roberts?
Again, this is part of the future planning efforts the city will have to engage in. I mean, realistic, we're coming up with a plan, council member. There are lots of needs in lots of areas of the community. I can't, that's not the task at hand. The task was to develop a plan that then we can strategize about funding opportunities around.
I understand that. I just want to see some, this is the cause, I want to see some effect in the community so they can see their tax dollars at work. And I get that. I understand it's going to be down the road, but let's back it up then. Let's go specifics. Let's talk about connectivity within the area, the North Coast Parkway for an east-west connection. I've read and seen some of the congestion on Hearn Avenue. How does that improve east-west connectivity when it looks like it's congested now with a connection bringing traffic to 101 on Hearn as opposed to through Stony Point? How does that help us?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Rob Sprinkle, city traffic engineer. North Point Parkway is actually a pretty vital piece. It's a connection in the general plan currently that will connect a newly revitalized retail area over south of Hearn to another area of housing. Hearn currently is a bottleneck at certain times of day, absolutely, as you mentioned. And one of the solutions for that, and the main solution for that, is the interchange at Hearn and 101. That's where the bottleneck is from. It does perpetuate from that back along all the way to Dutton Meadows at times.
So there'll be plenty of capacity after the overcrossing at 101 is complete, is your opinion?
By doing the 101 overcrossing, we would be actually, yes, freeing up a lot of the bottleneck, which is actually at Corby, between Dowd and Corby. Currently, right now, there is a dedicated right turn lane and a dedicated through lane, and that's all there is to get through that area. By opening that up to 2 through travel lanes at that location, we're going to gain about half of what we have there currently in capacity-wise, which goes all the way down the road.
And if those cars are going to 101, which is already not operating at an acceptable level, how is that superior to funneling the cars to Stony Point Road to go north or south and avoid 101 for that stretch altogether?
Are you talking about the eastbound traffic or the westbound traffic?
Well, I'm talking about eastbound traffic to 101 or westbound coming from 101. I assume that a lot of them will be coming from the highway, from the freeway. And so why, and that's already been
That was all modeled as part, yes, we used the SCTA travel model for the 2040, I believe, is that correct? I believe it was for the 2040 projections, and Hearn Avenue is identified as working within a level service D during that time.
Okay, and I appreciate that, Rob, especially after the overcrossing comes in, but what about the Highway 101, which is not currently functioning at an acceptable level, north-south on 101? That's not acceptable. Could Stony Point be an acceptable north-south?
Stony Point, as you're aware, is under construction currently right now to increase the capacity, and that will have a tremendous effect for the entire area, absolutely.
So would it not be more beneficial for this area, for the neighborhood, to have the through traffic going around the neighborhood rather than through it?
On Stony Point Road?
Yes. So utilizing Stony Point Road as opposed to Hearn.
They could utilize Stony Point Road, they could utilize Bellevue as well. Coming up, Dutton is also going to be improved as part of this plan and the general plan to make the connection from Bellevue from the south all the way up to Hearn. And it bypasses a lot of the residential section of Hearn. And really, what we want to do is we want to maintain that, the more residential section and not widen that section of road to impact the residents there. We wanted to provide opportunities that we could avoid doing that, from turning it into a main arterial, 4-lane arterial road.
I'm glad to hear that because I agree with that. I don't see that on this plan. I see increased auto traffic east-west. I don't see increased pedestrian and bicycle traffic east-west, especially because of the rail line. So that does concern me. Other than that, and I'm sorry to single that point out, I'm very appreciative of this plan and where it's going and the fact that it reflects the community's desires. But I don't see the increased multimodal efficiency that was called for in the original grant. That's what I don't see. So if you want to try and convince me, I'm all ears, but I don't see it right now.
Well, so we are making some connections on Leo Drive with bike routes, as well as to the north on Delport and South Avenue to make the connection over to Barham, where the multi-use path will be. The multi-use path from Smart is a great connection to get people all around Santa Rosa, and it's a huge benefit to the people.
Excuse me, can you put on the overhead a slide with a map, just so we can get an idea where we're talking about?
4.1 is what I want to say.
Slide 11, is that slide 11?
Oh, I'm looking at the exhibits.
Okay.
You know, Rob, while they're doing that, I was just on that smart path the other day, and it's a great north-south artery, but it's all on the east side, and there's no way to get to the east side of the tracks. I did not think to look, is there a possibility for a west side path? Or is that
I
all
don't know if
private property?
there's.
Do we know that?
I don't know if there's right-of-way available on the west side of the rail. I don't know the answer.
Because what concerns me is from Hearn to Sebastopol Road, you can't cross those tracks right now.
Barham, you can cross at Barham.
Oh, can you? Okay, good, good. But it's still Barham to Hearn is a significant stretch.
Correct.
And that is a bit of a concern.
And I believe there may be access, though, to the neighborhood to the east along there at the water. There's a water agency pathway, I believe.
Well, the east isn't the issue, though. It's getting from the west to the east. I mean, east, you have the path. But if you're trying to go west to east, eastbound.
Correct. And it is identified as Leo Drive being a proposed crossing going through, again, as you mentioned, the CPUC process.
Talking to our good friends there, yes. I'm sure they'll be glad to see us. That's my concern, is I see that whole neighborhood boxed in, and that's not an increased connectivity.
So excuse me. So we're also proposing a connection from Stony Point Road to Campbell Drive extending over to Burbank to make another east-west connection. That would be a street with bike lanes. That would also go over to extension of Westwood, which would go up to the north. So we are taking opportunities to try to make some other connections with development.
And just to add on to the connections over the rail line to that smart path on the west side, or excuse me, the east side, that's something that we did look at very closely. It's something that we heard from the neighborhood as well. It is what is being proposed in the plan right now is really the only potential future connection that we could find that would potentially be feasible. Given the existing development pattern and the connectivity that's already out there, we did not see another feasible location for a future connection.
And the proposed connection is Leo Drive, is that the one you're
Yes.
referring to? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Corsi.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Boy, was I wrong a little while ago. We were upstairs taking a break, and somebody mentioned the number of people here. And I said, nobody stays up this late to come and tell us what a good job we're doing. And I'm happily wrong about that. And I just think that a lot of credit should go to the staff, to the steering committee, to the neighborhoods, to all of you who've stuck through this process and crafted something that has people actually in front of us with a smile on their face tonight. It's really nice to see. I want to go to the Roberts Avenue connection, and I don't have a problem with the plan to go straight with that road. I think it makes more sense. I do worry about how we're ever going to do it financially. And while I see that going underneath the existing structure requires more space, it probably doesn't require a new hole in the ground like the one that goes straight through. But I don't want to focus on that plan so much as I want to ask about the process in the way this happened. Because my understanding of it is that this happened at a planning commission meeting that was about another project, the Redwood Gospel Mission project, and that at that planning commission meeting, the planning commission voted to direct staff to change the general plan, or the specific plan, the station area specific plan. And I'm just thinking if this council had one item in front of us and pivoted to do, to take a vote on another item, that our city attorney probably would have said, no, you can't do that, it's not on the agenda. So could somebody explain to me how that particular event came to be?
Yes, so the Roberts Avenue connection had been in discussions earlier than that particular meeting with the Planning Commission. There was some concerns raised regarding the feasibility. It was a topic that was mentioned briefly by one of the tables at one of our first community workshops, but otherwise was not brought up as a concern by the community. This came forward with the Redwood Gospel Mission project because they were proposing to develop property that this future connection was located on, and so they had to address that. Staff brought forward a potential for the applicant of that project was proposing to eliminate the connection. The Planning Commission had indicated concerns about that, and staff put forward the potential to provide another alternative to relocate it. But what we didn't know was truly what was the feasibility of either the existing alignment or the future straightening of that, or potential straightening of that alignment. So the Planning Commission, and they also felt that this was a broader issue than just the specific project that it was coming forward on, and they wanted to see it as looked at in a broader scale, and they felt that it would be more appropriate for it to be discussed through the Roseland specific plan process. So they directed staff to go out, take a look at the area, try to determine potential feasibility, and then come back through the specific plan process with a recommendation. So that is what staff did. We sent the survey team from the Transportation Public Works Department out to the site underneath the existing overpass to measure that, and figure out how much space there currently is, and then use our city standards to determine how much space would be needed. And what was determined was, again, it is feasible. We are going to need more space. The straight alignment also is feasible, would also require, obviously a lot of construction there. They're both very long-term projects, but they are both feasible. And the Planning Commission was favoring the straight route.
Thanks for that background. I believe somewhere in the staff report, or maybe it was even in the final EIR, the statement was made that the Planning Commission unanimously voted to direct staff to do this. And I'm still left with the question is how the commission could take a vote on something that's not on the agenda.
So it was on the agenda. There was an applicant that had proposed through the Redwood Gospel Mission Project a general plan amendment to eliminate that connection. And so, again, the Planning Commission's, the Planning Commission felt that it was not appropriate to come through a specific project like that it was broader. And so because we were considering general plan amendments with the Roseland specific plan, which also covered this area, they directed staff to bring it forward with that process.
I'm not going to continue I still have concerns about this, but what I want to say is that one of the previous speakers said that this needs to be vetted some more, and I think that the council should have a discussion about this. I don't know if tonight's the right time for that, but I'm not ready to go there yet. I'm going to go on to just some questions about the plan. On the food trucks, this is limiting them to only Sebastopol Road, and I'm wondering about how we deal with other special events, like say there's a festival in the Southwest Community Park or something like that. Can food trucks get temporary permits? Is the Sebastopol Road restriction only for permanent food trucks?
Yes, we do have, in our zoning code, we have a process for temporary use permits for events where you can bring in food trucks. So this would be for permanent location of food trucks on private property, again, on a permanent basis.
Okay. On the Leo Drive link to the smart path on the east side, is what you're proposing an at-grade crossing?
It's not specified. We're leaving it broad because, we know that there are issues with how that could potentially go through. So it's just identifying a possible future connection at that location, and the specifics of it would be determined at a future date considering that project.
Okay. Maybe there's $8.5 million out there somewhere that we could get our hands on. Does this EIR serve as EIR for projects that might come forward in this area, like, for instance, an aquatic center, something like that? Does this EIR cover individual projects in the area?
So it does not go into specific individual projects. It would serve as a kind of starting point, and so projects could tier off of it, so use it as a base for their environmental review. There would, with a specific project, there would need to be specific analysis on that specific project, but they could use it, again, as basically as a kind of a starting point for their environmental review.
Okay. There was some discussion of significant traffic impacts on Highway 101. Were there no significant traffic impacts on any surface streets, such as Sebastopol Road or Hearn Avenue?
There were not any significant and unavoidable impacts. And Patrick, you might be able to speak to that.
The traffic study did not identify any impacts on the local streets, any significant impacts on the local streets. And going back to the question about subsequent projects will need to provide some form of, well, depending upon the extent to which they're consistent with the land uses in the plan, they will need to comply with all the mitigation measures and provide certain studies like traffic studies and a phase 1 environmental site assessment, biological studies, those sorts of things to determine the localized impacts associated with that. Again, the EIR as a program level looks at it at a very high level, so considers generally the footprint impacts and intensity impacts based on the land plan.
Okay, thank you. I believe that somewhere in this impressive pile of paper, there was a discussion about preventing displacement and preserving affordable housing. Am I correct about that? Because I didn't hear anything in the presentation about that.
I'm sorry. Oh, okay.
An affordable housing and anti-displacement strategy was prepared as part of this project. There are a number of goals and policies, such as providing a variety of housing types and densities to support a diverse population is one of the goals, and there's a series of 5 policies under there, as well as another goal to minimize displacement of existing residents.
Could you tell me where that is? Is that in the draft EIR?
No, this is in the land use and housing chapter of the specific plan, and it's on page 3-13. And the goals are the AH for affordable housing.
And that's online? That document is online?
Yes, it is. And the affordable housing and anti-displacement strategy that she mentioned is also available on our website.
Okay, thank you. Again, I appreciate the work that's gone into this, and a few of the members of the community mentioned Chuck Regalia, and I think that I know he had a big part in this. Thank you to him, and thank you to all of you as well.
Thank you, Mr. Corsi. Ms. Combs.
Mr. Mayor, if I may interrupt, I apologize. I wanted to respond to a comment that Councilmember Corsi made, and just to clarify an answer that staff made. I just conferred with Assistant City Attorney Sue Gallagher, who was attending the Planning Commission meetings that you were discussing, and the concept of this was brought forth in connection with the agenda item on the gospel mission matter. At that point in time, the Planning Commission seemed to be interested in this proposal and directed staff to bring the concept back to the Planning Commission at a later date. The matter was then put on the agenda for a later date, and the Planning Commission separately considered and then made this recommendation to provide the alternative and provide the straight pathway here. So there were actually two different Planning Commission meetings where this concept was discussed, and it was the second one that was not in connection with the gospel mission item where this was approved.
Thank you for that clarification. That sounds like more, it sounds more like the process that we would go through here. Thanks.
Thank you.
If I may follow up on that, though, I have questions about the notice with regard to the second meeting. If members of the Roseland Annexation Subcommittee, the steering committees, who was noticed when this element was brought before planning, if it was properly noticed to all the entities that, since it's being brought back to us as part of this plan, if it was noticed like this plan, or if it was only noticed to the areas adjacent.
So the public hearing for this whole process was done on June 9th. On June 23rd is when we brought forward this piece of it with a recommendation for a realignment. It was not a public hearing, it was a report item. However, we did send a notice to all of the 350 email addresses that we have on file, as well as to our steering committee.
Thank you very much. I'm shifting. I want to thank the West Hearn Avenue folks. You all came down and complimented our staff for listening and hard work, and I think that it had to go both ways for this to work out. So you all had to do listening and hard work too, and I am appreciative that you found a way to work together as your own neighborhood and with our staff. So thank you very much, and thank you staff for coming up with some solutions or finding our way to finding some solutions for West Hearn. I had not expected to be here happy about West Hearn. It was from what I had heard months back. So thank you very much for that. I want to say I think Leo as a good potential crossing. I like that east-west concept. I like the proposals on Campbell. That looks good. I do have some concern that because of the air quality piece, one of the ways we could be doing mitigation is looking for connectivity that is not auto-dependent. And so I'm aware that we have the Joe Rodota Trail. I'm aware that we have the path where the train is. I'm aware that we have the connection on Olive. So when I look at page 20, I'm not seeing really why we would even, not why we would have A or B as choices, but why we would do either one of them. I think what's up is 26, not 20. So the yellow curved path and the straight green path, it's not, looking at the larger view from here, we've got Joe Redondo Trail, we've got the bike path, and we have Olive that are all going through. If we're going to build a development here, we want to keep parking limited, traffic impacts limited, work with the air quality issues and make these routes bike-friendly, pedestrian-friendly routes, rather than having another car route. That's just my initial look at that. I'm not really, I'm with my colleague. I would pull this piece out of this set and have more conversation about this piece. It just, something isn't right here, and I can't put my finger on what it is. One of the other ways to mitigate air quality is trees, increased trees and park plantings. So I'm not sure I heard that. Was that one of our air quality mitigation plans to sort of tree out, park out this area? Was it in there and I missed it? Because there's a lot of this I have to admit, it was a hefty document and I didn't get all the way through everything.
I don't believe that adding additional trees was part of the mitigation for air quality.
Or parklands.
Or parklands. With the project that is this broad, we're looking at it at a much higher level, so we're not getting down to details of that. So, adding additional trees, might come through with a more specific project.
It would seem to me that if we're doing, one of the things that we want to do is to streamline our permitting process so that when somebody comes in with a project, the project's ready to go if they know just what the rules are going to be. And so it would seem to me that at this high level, if we're going to say your project has to have more than the average number of trees to go forward because we're doing air quality mitigation, that we need to say it here rather than there so that they're not surprised if that's something we're able to do.
I'd just like to point out also that the city's climate action plan does have a measure related to trees and tree planting and the associated benefits to air quality. And developers, when they submit an application, go through a checklist, and that is one of the alternatives that can be chosen in terms of helping to streamline their CEQA review as well as to mitigate greenhouse gas emissions and such. So I just wanted to point that out in the
I'm
overall
glad to
context.
have that reminded. Thank you. And if we can say, that may go further in this area than it would go in another area. I mean, I don't know what kind of flexibility you have at this point. But as we're planning down the road, if we've got an area where we have an air quality issue, moving the number of mitigation elements that are in the trade-offs for CEQA makes sense to me. That just something to think about. I really like one of the commenters had a concept about helping local small businesses with regard to our economic development. So I want to appreciate the person who came in and made that little speech. I think she's not here now. I love that we have permanent mobile food vending. I want to confirm before I pass on that page 21 that we don't have any existing permanent mobile food vending sites that are being excluded from this, that we don't have a current site now that doesn't meet our criteria.
Along Sebastopol Road?
Well, we're allowing on Sebastopol between Stony Point and Olive. Is there one somewhere else that we might be eliminating that I maybe don't know about?
So what we are aware of are the only permitted food trucks in county jurisdiction are located on properties that front on Sebastopol Road.
Okay, so there aren't others, or if there are others, they're not permitted?
I think the second answer is the answer to your question. I wouldn't want to speculate if there are or not. I think we're following the county's lead in a preserving existing conditions.
Okay. If we are not eliminating a permitted permanent mobile food vending site, I'll be okay. On slide 23, we talked about industrial sites that are being converted to residential and retail. I appreciate allowing the maintenance of the legal non-conforming, and certainly we have other places in the city where legal non-conforming industrial is a problem. Don't want to create a lot more of that. But I have a lot of anxiety about the loss of industrial sites. There are good there's good sort of city ecology reasons, city reasons of economic ecology to keep industrial sites. So I would like to hear some reassurance that for the industrial sites we're losing, we're preserving industrial sites in some other location. Do we have other industrial sites? We need places to put our future industrial.
So just to clarify, the land use changes that are being proposed with this specific plan do not include any land use changes along that Sebastopol Road corridor. The changes from industrial to this more mixed-use, high-intensity retail along that stretch was done in 2007 with the adoption of the Sebastopol Road Urban Vision Plan.
Okay, I apologize. It's right there in front of me. I see it now. Okay. I know that coming from ABAG Regional Planning, there is a discussion for something like PDAs for industrial sites, and that they're wanting industrial sites adjacent to transit as well. So how those two directions coming from an agency outside of our area overlap with having residential and industrial close to each other on transit sites is worth us finding out at some point in the future. On the rural heritage, I think this is a great idea. I'm aware that we had a project some time ago, some months ago, off of Calistoga Road, where there was interest in rural heritage. And I'm not sure if we've discussed with them. As this goes forward, we might want to go back and talk to folks. I'm trying to remember the name of the road. It's near the school. It's off Calistoga Road.
The Calistoga Cottages project?
Yes.
Yeah. So, and just to let the council know, the language that was developed for this rural heritage district was done so broadly with the idea that this could potentially be used for other areas of the city.
Okay, thank you. That may make them feel welcomed too. Does this also allow animals, a rooster, 2 sheep? I mean, I hear incidentally from people that they want to be able to have what they have had now in the county as rural. Can you clarify for me that it allows a rooster, for example, because I know my neighbor can only have chickens and can't have a rooster?
So what we did was we took a look.
Thank you.
We took a look at the county's regulations and the allowed uses that are currently identified in the county for this neighborhood, and we compared that to what would be allowed in the rural residential zoning district that's similar with the city. And there were some minor differences, some of which were some of the livestock that are allowed within the county. And so we took the differences in the allowances that they have in the county and put that into this rural heritage district. So the same rules that apply to livestock in the county would continue to apply to this neighborhood.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I noticed, and then Dwayne DeWitt also noticed, the Pomo Tribe letter of May 31st asking for areas of cultural and historic significance and a conversation about that, followed by a letter from the Lytton Tribe on June 2nd with a similar request. But I didn't see our correspondence in response.
about historic properties?
Areas of cultural and historic significance to tribes.
So a cultural resources report was prepared as part of this process for the environmental impact report, and it was provided to each of the tribes, and they did not have any concerns regarding the results of that report.
Okay, so thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate and look forward to reading in more detail the displacement prevention and how we preserve the character of the region, and in the other specific documents. I will say I have some concern about continuing to include the Roberts Roads piece in this as we move forward.
Thank you.
But I think the staff has done an excellent job, and I appreciate everybody's hard work.
Thanks. Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I also do want to echo the compliments to staff and the neighborhoods, because what's really impressive to me about the community engagement is that it is a shared responsibility. During my time on council, we've seen people come in and just point the fingers like, you're not doing this, but I think everyone here gets it. It's definitely shared responsibilities. And Jessica, I know I want to compliment you and Chuck, and I'm sure Chuck's at home watching. At the very beginning of this process, what I said was one of the ways that I'll be looking at this outreach is that no one's going to be contacting me saying, I didn't know. And if you mentioned all the different outreach efforts, and not everyone's going to agree on every bit of it, but for Mr. City Manager, I think if we're looking for metrics for community engagement, this is what successful community engagement looks like. So I think it's really going to be a model for other departments to follow. You guys have really, you're walking the talk, and I really, really appreciate it. So most of my questions have already been asked and answered, but there's just two. On slide 20, Jessica, I heard you say that the traffic engineer's preference is the new route, and I think our traffic engineer is here, and I'd like to hear a little bit more about why that is from a traffic engineering perspective. Why would that be the preferred route?
Sure, thank you. For one, this is it's currently a light industrial area that's going to be going to a higher density area, and we don't want, or personally, I would not want to see that roadway cross the Joe Rodota Trail more than it has to. And with this straight-through alignment, it only has to cross it the one time. The alignment around the alignment that was identified in the station area plan, it's actually quite a big curve. It wouldn't be very conducive for any of the current light industrial use that's in the area. In conjunction with a bike path and the proposed sidewalk, I mean, there's really not enough room to fit everything that we want to fit along that segment of road without having to start pulling the embankment back and basically undermine part of the freeway and build structure to do that. We'd end up having column supports in the middle of the road. To me, it's not an advantageous alignment. Straight through gets the job done. It's better for pedestrians. If they want to use any of the facilities on either side, they could also use the Joe Rodota Trail, but if they wanted to use any businesses along there, they could definitely use them easily. It's a straight route. So I would propose the straight route to connect the two Roberts Roads. It also has a lot less impact on the actual development sites. It's already in the alignment of where the roads stub out. So,
great, thank you. That's very helpful. Then my last question is on slide 21, and this is the slide says mobile food vending, and I know in previous several years ago we had some experiences with the bicycle carts with food, specifically around the schools, because sometimes the food being offered from those bicycle carts isn't the most healthy. And I know there was issues that the sheriff's office and the schools are very concerned about. As soon as schools getting out, you have those, and I don't know if they're considered mobile food vending, but they're the delivers of food off of bicycles. How does this cover that?
So this does not, this is for locating mobile food vendors, again, on a permanent basis on private property. What you're talking about is street vending, which is already covered in the city code.
And how is it covered, if you could refresh my memory?
It has regulations for how long vendors can stay in one particular location and how far they have to move when they relocate. It doesn't get into the specifics of, what they're selling, that kind of thing, but just the logistics of where they can go.
So if we were, just because I know that's been an issue in that area before, that would be then the street vending ordinance that we'd have to take a look at that would not be part of this plan?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Wysocki.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a couple follow-ups. Let's start with the street vendors. Have we heard from any of the existing brick and mortar restaurants any concerns that they would have about having such competition located on that street?
Yes, so as I mentioned, we met on numerous occasions with businesses along Sebastopol Road, and that included a number of meetings with the restaurants. We went and sat in the restaurants and met with all the owners of each of those restaurants, and it included the brick and mortar restaurants as well as the existing mobile food vendors that are out there. And there were not concerns from the brick and mortar restaurants about these regulations. They had input into the language that is included in the regulations that are before you, but they were not opposed to it.
Okay, that's good to hear. County Health is okay with it as well, I assume?
The county has been included as a technical advisory committee from various departments. The health department is one of them, and they have not identified any concerns.
Okay, that's good. And lastly, the revenue from the sales from these restaurants that have wheels on them, how do we know that they're declaring their sales in Santa Rosa where the tax rate is higher as opposed to the county where the tax rate is lower?
We will get back to you on that.
I look forward to that. I want to return back to a couple of questions that were brought up, one by the audience. West Hearn, the dead end. I have not heard any comments from staff regarding what's the plan, if any, for the dead end at West Hearn.
So what the regulations are proposing is that, and I'm just going to read it to you, extension of West Hearn Avenue upon development of the property located at 1011 Yuba Drive, which is the property that the road dead ends into. Consideration shall be given to limiting through traffic onto West Hearn Avenue. So I spent quite a bit of time talking with our traffic engineering department and with our development and engineering services department about this situation, and they were not comfortable with proposing regulations that would completely block that off because of the need for future access to that property, which will likely be developed at some point in the future. So limiting at this point without having a plan for that property was not something that they felt could be done at this time, but including language that would require us to take a look at that and do everything in our power to try and address the situation was something they felt could be in here. One thing that has been talked about is potentially just having that be an emergency vehicle access only lane. But again, we would need a specific project and to work with that property owner also on that process.
So is there a default position that staff would take right now? I mean, what sort of assurance would I have if I'm on West Hearn that property is going to be developed? Where's the momentum going for the access to that one property that has a Yuba address? Why wouldn't it go to Yuba?
So it's a larger property. I don't know the exact size of it right now, but projects that have been proposed on that site in the past have had numerous ingress and egress out of that, one being West Hearn Avenue. Previous versions have been through an emergency vehicle access only onto West Hearn. But again, at this point, because we don't have a specific project, we cannot, at this point, give a firm answer as to how that would be developed.
So it would be up to the community at that point in time in front of the governing body to make their wishes known and hopefully.
Yes, and that would be through a public process, so.
So everybody paying attention to that, I'm sure. Good. Thank you for that. I just want to make folks aware that we can't make promises for 20 years in the future on something like that, but your concerns have been heard. Lastly, I neglected to ask a question that jumped out at me to our traffic engineer on the Leo Drive and Dutton interchange, because I see that Leo is if you go to Exhibit 4.3, I think, that's a Class 3, a future Class 3 lane, and Dutton Avenue is where that Class 3 crosses. Is that going to be a signalized intersection?
I can't make that determination sitting here tonight. I believe it's an always stop currently, but I'm not 100%.
Oh, it is a four-way stop?
I think it may be. So,
because just looking at it from a parent's perspective with a child on a bicycle, if Dutton Avenue doesn't have any traffic control on it, there's no way any child's going to ride their bicycle.
most of, I believe actually all of Dutton between Sebastopol Road and Hearn are stop controlled. So
Okay.
any of the intersections that required are stop controlled. And that's currently in the county, so it's not something I've personally looked at for traffic control review.
Would it be something that, should this plan go forward and in the future, I mean, that's class 3, would that be a recommendation to have that as a controlled intersection if it were not?
It would be analyzed at the time, absolutely. I mean, it could easily be an always stop.
Is that the closest I'm going to get from a commitment?
That's it.
I didn't ask you, I asked him. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wysocki. Well, any other questions, council? We're about ready to move to a recommendation. I just want to say a couple things. To say that this is a major endeavor is obviously a patent understatement. I was really worried about what a plan like this might do to all the neighborhoods involved, because Roseland is a very special place. It has those characters that we know it to have and wanted to protect them. And with the rural heritage designation and the scenic road combining district, this allowed for the promises of Chuck Regalia and his team at the time to be able to protect the quality of life that the residents in the neighborhoods were so concerned about changing. And it's a testament to the creativity and the thoughtful recommendations and being mindful of what was important to the neighbors. And this is a historic evolution, not only of the directly affected neighborhoods, but of our city in general. And this result is amazing. I never expected to have so many positive comments, and this is a rarity. This is a unique, in my experience, on my 10 years on council so far, to have an issue of this magnitude come to the council after this much work, and obviously due to the community engagement and the outreach to be able to end up with this kind of result. We have definitely learned a major lesson in how to bring communities together and listen each back and forth and get incredibly creative. I can't say enough about the process and the willingness of our staff. Lisa Krantz leading this effort, along with Chuck, and Chuck is no longer here, and whether he's watching this happen or not, he will read about it. I'm kind of hoping he's not watching, because that would mean that maybe he hasn't let go yet. But after this many years, why not? So I just want to say thank you. All of my questions have been answered. I knew that not every piece was going to be able to be addressed where we could say yes. But with the answers around the food trucks, and I mean, we have those involved in this planning process have captured the spirit and the life of Roseland, and they are maintaining it, they are protecting it, and I can't offer enough gratitude for being able to do that. I'm quite blown away by the result of this project, so I thank you all. Mr. Oliveris, you have this item, so let's introduce the item, get a second, and then final comments or concerns.
Thank you, Mayor. And I am going to be repetitive and repeat again, I guess almost besides words here, but this was exciting. I know that it was an exhaustive effort by everybody. It was interesting for me just to watch it from the sidelines as it progressed. And you're still here, and like Councilmember Corsi said, you didn't come here to yell at us because we did something wrong. You're here talking about things that went right, and I agree. This is a big step forward for us, and I think there are even more big steps coming ahead of us as well with this effort. This is a roadmap for us. Time will tell. I mean, we're working with what we have as far as the area, and it does have its limitations. But I also agree that this is a model process for other community projects, just the level of engagement. I saw it as being very inclusive, a lot of give and take. I see it as a true partnership with a lot of meaningful engagement from everybody that was involved. So I am just elated really at the process and how this worked out. And so with that, I'm going to go through a series of 3 resolutions and 3 ordinances as well. And then we can continue discussion after that. So I'll begin with the first resolution. I'll move a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa certifying the final environmental impact report for the Roseland Area Sebastopol Road Specific Plan, Roseland Area Annexation and Associated General Plan, Downtown Station Area Specific Plan, Zoning Code and Bicycle Pedestrian Master Plan amendments, and rezoning and pre-zoning of parcels within the Roseland Area Sebastopol Road Specific Plan and Roseland Area Annexation Boundaries, file number ST13-003 and ST14-001, and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Any final comments, council, on this particular piece? Mr. Corsi.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to probably do this on all, I don't know if it's on all 3 of these. I think it's on 2 of these, though. I'm going to suggest a friendly amendment to that motion that we remove the downtown area specific plan amendment. I believe the only part of the downtown area specific plan that's included is the Roberts Avenue. I feel like the downtown area station area plan was a long process that took a lot of community input to create, and I just don't feel like it's had the amount of input it should have to be changing it in this manner. So I'd ask that we remove that and amend the motion to reflect that.
What we would like you to consider, if that's the approach, is that you direct staff to bring that back on our time, not on the developer's time, because there is a transit-oriented development project, as you heard, that is looking very closely at this issue, and that means more housing. So that would be our only staff recommendation if the approach is to continue the item. If you could continue it on the city's time as opposed to the developer's time, that would be appreciated.
Absolutely, and just let me make it clear that I would like to take a closer look at this to see what is the most feasible and quickest way to get a connection done in that area. So yes.
Well, I guess I would ask if there's any other comments related to his amendment, because I'm ready to accept it.
I'm curious. I need a little more information. What is happening with, what does this do to our endeavor?
That's what my question was going to be.
Well, again, I think you can pull this item out. I think staff has said that you can, that's what I was trying to communicate, is that this is a item that you can take out of this conversation and we can move forward tonight. The only request that staff is having, because this is potentially tied to a transit-oriented development, is you direct that this come back on staff time. For reasons that we've talked about, housing being one of your top priority items, and we don't want to inadvertently derail a project that you may find very valuable, and you really can't get into that conversation tonight on that project. And so you can pull the item, you can move the rest of it forward without that. I'll defer to my legal help here to sort of get you the right language, but it is something you can do and move the rest of the plan forward.
Without fear of consequences or ramifications that could be serious if we were not to go forward tonight.
What I've asked you to consider is that if you're not comfortable moving that forward, that you direct staff to follow up on the other issue. It's unknown. I can't get into that conversation. I don't know, and frankly, I don't want to overproject here, but the only request we would have is you're uncomfortable moving the entire item forward, that you pull this and you direct staff to bring that particular item back so that we don't complicate an issue that, as you heard earlier, is potentially already complicated about how that project moves forward. We don't want to inadvertently derail that project or cause additional costs to that project that could have been dealt with here tonight. That's our concern as staff.
And I share that concern.
So what would we expect to be different than if this comes back? What are we expecting?
Well, a broader conversation and a more...
That's what I'm looking for, is for the council to take a look at this. To make a decision based on a project that, we've never heard of before tonight in public, it is not a reason to not do this. From what I understand, removing the station area specific plan amendment from this package will not delay or affect the Roseland annexation and EIR at all.
No, it would not.
Thank you.
May I just clarify, you're talking about moving forward with the adoption of the specific plan except for the Roberts portion of it, is that correct?
You will have to amend the Roseland plan at a future date, so this will require amendment of these are two things are integrated, so it's not just an amendment of the downtown area plan. You will have to amend the Roseland plan at a future date if you remove this item. So you're technically not putting this to rest. You will have to revisit this item, both items, if you don't accept tonight. So we're not here, we don't want to get an argument about the plan. We're just saying if you're going to do that, our only request is, and again, this is why it's a discussion for you of where you're comfortable, our request is that you assign that responsibility to us so there is not that it doesn't create an inverted consequence, because we haven't had a chance to evaluate that. We can do that work on our side to get that particular piece done. But you will have to revisit the Roseland, you'll have to make an adjustment to the Roseland area plan at a future date.
But it won't delay that plan, and it won't delay any annexation.
No, it won't.
Thank you.
So I think we're good. I think we're good to go.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So you accept the friendly amendment?
Yes.
And who was my second?
That would be, so just so we're clear also, for the city manager, then the body that will be taking a look at it again is going to be different than what it is tonight. So are we starting from scratch? Because I'm guessing you won't get it here during calendar year 2016.
Yes, we will likely be, the next council will be looking at that item.
While you're contemplating, I think I agree with my colleague, Mr. Corsi, that it's kind of an add-on with this plan. And it came up with an entirely different project. I have no problem with the next council deciding it or after staff brings it forward, because I don't see it being in conjunction with the rest of this plan.
I'm willing to second the motion as it's been amended if the gentleman, the vice mayor, is uncomfortable seconding the amended motion. I'm giving you the option.
No, and I appreciate that. My only, my concern is that we made so much progress in not anticipating some unintended consequences of this decision, but as I'm hearing things, it probably wouldn't go anyways unless we do go in this direction. So I would support that friendly amendment.
That would be my perception.
If I could add one more thing, I'm sorry, not to confuse the matter. I just want to make sure that we're clear on the process. So if we decide tonight not to include Roberts Road, we want to study that a little bit more. If it results in us bringing a similar alignment back to you, that would require hearing through the Planning Commission, the Planning Commission's recommendation on the downtown plan, the Roseland plan, the general plan, and then on to the City Council. So I just wanted to add that that is part of this process and part of the decision that you're making. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
So I guess it would,
So we
just,
need to take-
instead of rereading, I'd just say as amended would be fine?
Yes, and so we'll need to vote on this. These are broken into
Yes,
pieces. so-
yes, we have a series of these.
Okay.
I'm going to clarify.
Yes.
May I just clarify? I want to make sure that I understand the amendment. So you're simply removing the Roberts Road piece of this, and everything else as recommended by the Planning Commission and staff, you're moving forward with?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Yes.
Your votes, council?
You didn't say yes enough.
And I have 6 ayes. Thank you, council.
So will that apply to the following 2 resolutions as well? So as I read these, I will just be excluding the Roberts Road piece of this? Is that correct?
May as well.
It would apply to the next one that you're reading, which is the adoption of the specific plan and the general plan amendments and an amendment to the downtown stationary specific plan. So it would just pull that downtown stationary specific plan out of that resolution.
So it would just be the language related to downtown station area specific plan that would be
And
removing?
approval of the general plan amendments.
Okay.
Is your motion, is it clear in the language there that you could just pull that one piece out?
So it would be, yes, I see it now. It would be the downtown station area, and then it would be at the very last part of the resolution and the general plan amendment, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. So I move a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa adopting the Roseland Area Sebastopol Road specific plan and approving a general plan amendment and amendment consistent with the specific plan and making findings with regard to significant impacts identified in the environmental impact report for the Roseland Area Sebastopol Road specific plan, file number ST 14-001, and wait for the read of the text. Is that correct?
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Any final discussion or comments, council? And your votes, please. And we have 6 ayes. Thank you very much.
Then I move a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa approving an amendment to the Bicycle and Pedestrian Master Plan consistent with the Roseland Area Sebastopol Road Specific Plan, file number ST 14-001, and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
I just want to confirm, is this?
Thank you.
I think there's a dotted line in there. Is there a dotted line for Roberts in the bicycle master plan?
I don't believe that there is.
Okay, thank you.
And where was my second? Okay, thank you, Vice Mayor. And any discussion, council? Your votes?
Okay, now I'll introduce an
Wait,
ordinance.
oh,
I'm
and
sorry.
we have 6
My
ayes. Thank you.
apologies.
Okay, go ahead.
I'll introduce an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa amending Title 20 of the Santa Rosa City Code, reclassification of 190 properties located within the boundaries of the Roseland Area Sebastopol Road Specific Plan, file number ST 14-001, and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. And no further comment, and just your votes. And 6 ayes. Thank you.
And I'll introduce an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa amending Title 20 of the Santa Rosa City Code, pre-zoning 1,606 properties located within the boundaries of the Roseland area Sebastopol Road Specific Plan, file number ST 13-003, and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. And your votes? And we have 6 ayes.
And I'll introduce a final ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa amending Title 20 of the Santa Rosa City Code, sections 20-23.030, 20-23.050, 20-28.090, 20-42.210, 20-61.020, and 20-70.020, file number ST 14-001, and wait further reading of the text.
Second. Thank you. Motion and a second, and your votes, council. And we have 6 ayes. Thank you very much. And wait.
We need you to provide direction to staff in terms of
Timing?
not the timing, but the process that you want staff to undertake, and then staff will bring it according to the priorities that are clear from other consequences as well.
Okay. Mr. Corsi?
I'd like to get a briefing about the pluses and minuses of the 2 different projects here. I'm not sure what was provided to the Planning Commission, whether they had, cost estimates, timeline estimates. Any of that kind of information would be helpful to us, so we know what the consequences of our decision are financially and time-wise. I actually agree that the straight street is a better option, but it's not a better option if we can never do it. So that kind of information would be helpful to us, I think.
I would second that motion, if that's a motion.
I would also like to add that, well, I'll wait.
Can we also bring back with that a no project option? What happens if we don't move it forward either way? If it's very expensive, we may have some folks who are planning a development based on something going forward that's very, very expensive to do.
So what I would suggest is direct staff to bring back a study session on this topic with the idea to move toward a general plan amendment if what you're hearing is what you're looking for. So I would ask that you direct us to do a study session on this topic of the connectivity that's under discussion between the Railroad Square area, the Station Area Plan, and the Roseland Area Plan, and with the idea that that could be used to move us into a general plan conversation. We'll cover all of this.
Very good, that's fine.
But that I think would be the best direction for us.
That's fine.
As part of that study session, could you also, similar to what the EAR's no project alternative, but perhaps enhancement to existing connections such as the existing Redota Trail, the existing Dutton Overcrossing, because I'm concerned about the financial feasibility of such an overcrossing.
I understand the concern about the financial overcrossing, but the more we layer onto this project, the longer it's going to be to get there. So I just really want to make sure that that's really what the question is it about the 2 alternatives and the feasibility of the alternatives? Are we going to go further than that and look at a whole range of I'm open to that, but it will push back the timetable to deliverables. So I'm just trying to get an idea of.
I think no plan needs to be included, and had asked for no plan.
Okay.
I think while you returned.
Okay. I'm just looking for
Well,
scoping.
those are the 2 existing connections right now. I don't know why you wouldn't include those in a study session for that area.
Well, I'm just trying to get a scope of that's why I'm asking the question.
I promise I'll stop there.
Okay.
And is time of the essence? And if so, what does this do?
We can't, I mean, really, I think it was pointed out, we don't know what the project hasn't presented, we can't be in a project. We're trying to balance this equation. Mr. Mayor, unfortunately, I can't project that, nor would I ask staff to do that at this time. We just are trying to figure out the best way, understanding the concern to balance this. We're just going to have to look and try to find a pathway here that we just ask for that consideration.
Okay. Thank you. So is anything else that you need on this piece, on the study session? Yes.
I'll make that a motion.
Second.
Yes.
Is this consistent with the being at staff speed? You said staff bring it back. Is this answer consistent with your request? Thank you.
And we have 6 ayes. Thank you. Moving on, we have no written communications. Do we have any final cards from the public, Madam Clerk? We're adjourned.